Sub Shays. It's funny. These are literally in the game, just free transformed. They're just stretched. That's very funny. Sorry about the food poisoning, Mike. That sucks. Hope the travel goes good, though. These are very weird looking, these columns. Listen, buddy. There will be time for chubby babies, okay? There's a couple more we gotta render. I think there's 4 more chubby babies in this piece, alright? My goal is to get the top of this done as fast as possible. I laid in, since I last saw you guys, I laid in the reds just to get a feel for what this piece was gonna look like. And now that the reds are laid in, I really want to finish the top. All right. If you guys want to know what my good idea of a wild time is over the weekend, I got drunk with some friends and started an all-white mage Final Fantasy I NES run. I got all the way to the Marsh Cave. Fucking insane. Insane night with the boys. I hate lyrics, but I don't want to change the song. But I might. Yep. I think it might be an OCD thing. I'm not sure. So, like, I needed just enough stimulus to get bored, to, like, turn my brain off so I can, like, focus on painting. So, like, reading chat and talking and working on a painting and listening to music is just enough. But with lyrics, for some reason, my brain does this thing where I can't listen to what someone's saying and also read at the same time. It has this weird anxiety trigger where my brain can't, it tunes out one of them automatically. So like if there's lyrics in a song, I can't have chat there, or it like stresses me out. I can't like process 2 kinds of language at the same time or something. I don't know how to describe it. It's this thing I've had my whole life, like Dave's noticed it, where if I'm reading something, like if I get a text and I look at my phone and he's talking to me, I can't hear anything he's saying to me. My brain can only track speech in one direction. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's OCD. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Dave and Kim seem to think it's weird. They seem to be able to do that, and I can't. But I've never been able to. It's, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, if I'm listening to music with lyrics, unless it's a song I've heard so many times that I don't even hear the words anymore, I can't. Like, I could be in a room and, like, maybe talk to you if it was a song I've heard a bunch of times, or if it was, like, really quiet. But on chat, if I'm reading especially is the thing. I can talk and listen to music, but I can't read and talk and listen to music. But yeah. Weekend was good, Riley. A lot of cooking. I will say, I finally started watching Delicious in Dungeon, and I love it. I love Delicious in Dungeon a lot. I think that's a great show. It's got the perfect blend of stupid and serious that I love in stuff that makes fun of fantasy. Where he's like, I can't damage the slime with my sword. That means I'll have to use a fire spell. But what if overheating the slime changes its delicious flavor? Then I'd be eating something very bitter. Like, I love that it's very good. It's very, very dumb and very, very good. I like it a lot. Yeah, I love stuff like that that doesn't take itself too seriously. Where it's just the right mix of like comedic tone while still making fun of the source material. It's great. I was getting mad watching it because one of the things me and Dave ran into when we were writing our TV show, when we got hired, was the producers of the TV show were like, you have to explain what a dungeon is for people. No one's going to know what a dungeon is. You have to explain why it's there and how it came into existence and how it all works, and you got to like explain all this shit. And we were like, why? Like, I'm pretty sure like Dungeons and Dragons is big enough now that like the audience who'd be watching this already knows. And they're like, no, you gotta dumb it down to the point where like everything on the pilot has to be explained. You gotta tell us what a dungeon is, what a lich is, why he's alive, all this shit. And we were like, okay. So like we like went out of our way to add all that shit to the script. And then I watched Delicious in Dungeon, and it's just like, let's go to the dungeon. Dungeons are full of monsters. And like there's no explanation at all. And I'm like, what? Like, what? Come on. Why'd I spend all this time explaining this thing? So we had to go out of our way to add all the dumb things where it's like, what do you mean you lost your crown, Steve? You're a lich. Don't you need your crown to stay alive because it's your phylactery that houses your soul? Like, it was just like really like explain everything in dialogue like you're looking at the audience. We tried to make some of it self-aware, where Draco would be like, Steven, everybody knows that a lich's soul is trapped, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, like making fun of the fact that we're explaining it. But yeah, I don't know. Delicious in Dungeon's just like, here's a dungeon, monsters live here. Let's go. The show actually goes, Delicious in Dungeon actually goes in an interesting direction, where they treat, they explain dungeons as like a magical ecosystem kind of, but that's like in season 2. Like they go a long time before they even get there. Where like, it's very interesting how they explain it. They try to treat it like a wildlife conservation thing in a weird way. Where they're like, the flow of mana has to be just enough that, you know, big monsters live in the bottom of the dungeon, That way they don't come out and destroy human villages, and weak monsters live at the top. And it's like, it's very funny the lengths they go to make it all work in a cohesive way. It's like a weird, like, nature preservation message. Why don't they let writers write? I mean, the short answer is because it's a product that people are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars to make, and they want guaranteed returns on their investment. So people don't want to make, like, you know, The Venture Brothers was a great show, and it was very critically acclaimed, and the writing was excellent. But people don't want to make The Venture Brothers because it didn't have a huge audience. It was a cult phenomenon show. People want to make Family Guy and South Park and Archer. They want to make shows that have mass appeal, that can go for infinite seasons. So, the more things you have to explain, the smaller your audience gets because you lose people. People want to be able to turn something on and immediately know what's happening. So, a studio's goal is usually to make something with the widest appeal possible to get as much money back on their investment. So if your thing is niche, they want to make it less niche. That's like their goal, which I understand and I respect, but if you buy something that is niche, and part of the reason you're buying it is to capitalize on the current popularity of the niche, it does feel counterproductive to dumb it down, because you're kind of, you know, you're sort of chumming the water and being like, I hope I don't get sharks. And it's like, what are you doing? You're making a fantasy show making fun of D&D. You're going to get nerds. Like, that's who's going to watch this. How to get good fast at drapery? I mean, the short answer is to go get some cloth and just put it in front of you and do studies, or take photos of people moving in it. There's also reference websites. There's also Loomis's, you know, dynamic drapery stuff in his books. But, yeah. But real life is going to be the best. Or find scenes in movies where people are wearing cloth and they're moving in a way that you want to use, and copy those. There's basic rules of cloth. You don't need to know them all, but if you know enough about them, you can kind of bullshit. Like, you don't need your wrinkles and folds to be flawless, you just need them to make logical sense. So the eye can do the rest of the work. Like, you need to know where the lines emanate from that pull from the joints based on how the arms are moving. You need to know how cloth folds over itself. Like, if you got those basic things, then it's gonna work. You don't need it to be perfect. Yeah, movies is the way I like to learn motion for fabric, because having somebody pose, it still looks static. Like, people do that a lot for card illustration, and it's like you just dressed up your friend and it looks like a guy standing still, even though it's supposed to be someone like thrusting a sword. If you can find like people fencing wearing the type of clothing you're doing in a movie and take a still, you'll capture the cloth in motion, and it looks very different, because when something's in motion, gravity isn't playing an effect on it because the forward motion of the thing is carrying the weight of the fabric. If someone's standing holding their arm out in a static pose, it falls because the gravity's pulling it, because you're static. So like, it looks very different because the force of your movement is going to force the fabric forward. So movies are kind of the only way to capture that, unless you take a video of somebody doing a thing and then break it down into stills. But yeah. That's a good thing, Chase. That means there's more stuff to learn. It means you're getting better. Yeah. If you're in a position where you think you've got it figured out, it's time to take a step back and go, okay, what am I doing wrong here? Because you definitely don't have it all figured out. Nobody does. Nobody does. Was Delicious in Dungeon a manga first, or did they just make a show? Does anybody know? I was really curious when I was watching it. It was. I might have to get that. These are very weird. The construction of this minaret is very weird. I mean, the best drawn manga of all time is gonna be Vagabond, probably. Berserk's up there, but Vagabond is in its own class. Problem with Vagabond is there isn't enough. Problem with Vagabond is there isn't enough weird stuff. Like, I'd love Vagabond if it had more, like, monsters and weird shit. I don't like stuff when it's just people. Yeah, Akira's really good. Akira's a good balance of technical accuracy with, you know, like, I don't know what to call it, taking liberties, I guess, to sell things like motion and stuff. You want the Capcom Design Works 1990 to 2000 book. It's the one with all the characters walking to one side on the cover. There's two books with characters walking to the right and to the left. Both of those books are incredible. If you can, get that. There's a free PDF of it online, though, I think on Creative Uncut. Or, what was that site called? I can't remember the name of it. The site that had all the art book stuff, the free art books. Yeah, that Capcom book is fucking incredible. Hold on, I'll find it real quick. I'll find it. Hold on. Hell yeah, dude. Check it out. Here you go. Internet Archive has it. Check it out. Here it is. This is the best Capcom book. Here you go, chat. It's free. Have fun. What else does Internet Archive have? I'm curious now. No, you're good. No way. No way. No shot, chat. What did I just find? Chat. Oh my God. What? Internet Archive, what are you doing? You have all of Berserk translated for free? Hold on, dude. How many other full runs of anime does this have? Hold on, dude. Do not apologize for messing up my workflow. This was absolutely worth it. I did not know Internet Archive had this. Are you out of your mind, dude? Chat. It has Vagabond? Does this just have everything? What? 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 Yeah, they're on a gajillion sites, but I don't have to download them. I can read them in Internet Archive, and it's a very safe site. I don't have to go download some weird fucking thing. Oh my god, guys. The best art book of all. The best art book of all is on Internet Archive. Here it is. Oh my god, chat, they have it. They have the Final Fantasy IX art book. We did it. We made it. Oh, I didn't check for the best one. Tactics Ogre art book. Oh my lord. Guess what, chat? Here it is. The greatest character art book of all time. Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, the art book for free. The Tactics Ogre art book and the FF9 art book are my two favorites, and there they both are for free. Go get them. Congratulations, Rai. Now you have them all. But how will you use them? It's true. Other art books that are good. The Lord of the Rings movie design art books are great. The concept art books. What else? Oh, hold on. I'm actually very curious now. I'm actually very curious. Oh my god, chat. What did I just find? Do I even want to share this with you, chat? Or do I want to hoard this to myself? Oh, chat. 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 Oh, no. They're all here. All of the eyewitness books are on Internet Archive. Oh my god, they have all of them. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yes. This is the best. Because now I can just take screenshots. Oh, this is gonna save me so much time. Oh, chat. Listen. I'm very happy right now. I'm very happy, chat. I don't even need the PDF, they're right there. I'm not discovering piracy. These books are very hard to find. I don't think they're even for sale anywhere anymore. I'm surprised someone scanned all of them. These are fairly obscure books. I've known about piracy for a long time. I just usually don't, look for art books on pirate sites. Most of the art books I want, I just have. But this is much easier. I'm genuinely shocked somebody scanned all the eyewitness books. Those are like reference books from like the 90s. The only thing I pirate really is ROMs. ROMs for video games that you can't buy in America. Yeah, it's really cool. Oh, the only other book I'd recommend to everybody, this is like a universal recommendation. There it is. I'd recommend this to everybody. I think everyone who's even remotely into comics or art should read this. It's one of the greatest, most formative works in creative anything. Absolutely revolutionary collection of work. The Complete Little Nemo by Windsor McCay. Unbelievable collection of stuff. So many original cool ideas. Windsor McCay was the first person to do so many things in the medium of comics. It's like insane. And animation. Might have been the first animation, I think, was his thing of like the dragon. Like, man. Get back here. It's because of everything, Archru. He did creative, well, I mean, comics weren't a thing, so he didn't really do creative things with paneling. He was like one of the first people to do paneling, like, ever. But also, he did really cool vignette style panels, really cool, you know, arrangements. Really cool. He drew a lot of them as sequentials that would look like almost like storyboards for an animatic, where like each frame is another like step of a character kind of things. He just did really insanely creative stuff, like really weird out there ideas, because anything was possible in Slumberland. Made up really cool costumes, brought in art from other cultures, used really creative color choices, explored all kinds of insane subject matter. It's just an insane run of comics. Like, he does more creative stuff in like 1914 with comics than people do today. Like, Little Nemo's like completely unshackled. Like, he just does whatever he wants. In one, you know, his bed will grow legs and walk around the city. In another, a giant turkey will fall out of the moon. In a third one, a huge airship will take him to the North Pole. You know, it's like, it's pretty insane just how all over the place it is. Each comic is like a new idea. It's just like, there's no like lore. It doesn't get bogged down in like, we gotta follow a storyline. It's just, here's a cool idea, here's a cool idea, here's a cool idea, here's a cool idea. And after each one is 1 page long, and then it resets, and then you just do another cool idea. It's like, it's so satisfying. Because it is storytelling. It's not like Family Circus or something where it's just, you know, here's a nothing comic. Like, there are stories, but they're very small stories. And he doesn't ever get bogged down by the weight of, like, we gotta follow a narrative arc. It's just, here's an awesome thing to read, and then it's over. Here's another awesome thing to read, and it's over. It's kind of like, it's like tapas for comics. You know, it's like small plates. Here's a perfect bite. Here's another perfect bite. Here's another perfect bite. He did not draw a man in a bat suit, which is why he died penniless. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I have no idea what Windsor McCay was worth. Incredibly influential and important artist, but I have no idea if he was appreciated for it. He lived in a very strange time, with the First World War happening. That was like the definition of best of times, worst of times. Like you've got the World's Fairs happening and like technology's hitting a point where quality of life is making giant strides really fast and like, you know, all this insane new shit like electricity and cars and all kinds of stuff is happening, but then all of a sudden, you know, a world war breaks out and everything goes fucking nuts. Very, very weird time to be alive at the turn of the century. Yeah, I've seen Windsor McCay's office. You ever seen Rudyard Kipling's office? Rudyard Kipling's office is my favorite. That's like what I wanted this room up here to feel like. Hell yeah. Looking at it again right now. I never did an office tour. My office is still being built. There's no reason to tour it. There's still more stuff I want to install up here. No, this is the office, but I'm still building parts of it. There's still stuff that has to be installed. Like, this isn't where my desk is gonna be when the office is done. My desk is gonna be over there. But we're still building the shelving and hanging things over there. I'm in the space of my office. It's just not done being assembled yet. Be right back, check. I gotta pick up some furniture in a minute. I'll be right back. picking up a piece of furniture. They're bringing it to me. I just gotta help them get it up here. I found an old a monk's bench from an old church. It's a special kind of bench with like a flip top to store things inside of and like a carved back. I found an old monk's bench that matches my stained glass that I'm having delivered here this afternoon to put over there in the studio space. I didn't even turn the stained glass on. It looks better with the stained glass turned on. Unsung Heroes of Illustration? No, I have not. I'll have to check it out. I wonder if Pete Beard is related to Ed Beard, the old Forgotten Realms illustrator. He did a bunch of early Magic cards. Hey, Chillsock. It's going okay. Got a little bit of a headache, but we're making it work.
The world would not be the same. Few people.
Oh no. What a cool
Cried.
A cool quote to use.
Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture. Now I am become death.
Wow, so deep.
The destroyer of worlds.
So deep. Much
We all thought that.
So deep, much Oppenheimer.
One way or another.
I got 3 episodes left of Delicious in Dungeon. Yeah, Jugend is great. Yeah. That was very funny. Oh, fuck. All right. Oh, you know what? I never shared that I was live. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Let's see. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 subscribers by June, guys. Let's see. All right. I think I got it. I think. Let's take a look. Yes. Cool. Do 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 do. Yes, the gun blade is a real thing. It wasn't so much a sword as it was like a dagger, but it was real. It was like a formalized bayonet. There's a non-zero chance that that eyewitness book is where Tetsuya Nomura saw a gunblade for the first time and came up with the idea to use it in Final Fantasy VIII. Oh my god, the amount of food I cooked for my friends this weekend, guys. House still smells like it. The amount of meat that I smoked. Good lord. Smoked 50 pounds of meat this weekend. This particular party was a bachelor party weekend for my friend who's getting married. But I have parties, maybe once a month. I invite a bunch of people over and have a big dinner party. And then obviously for holidays, I always host holidays here. Next big one we're doing here is Memorial Day, but I think there's like 100 people coming to that. If you're in the Cape Cod area, let me know. Happy to have you over. I don't know how to play Magic the Gathering, but I did watch 8 people have a 6-hour Magic the Gathering tournament on my giant 14-foot dining table. And the whole thing was covered in cards. It was very funny. I was like, this is like the most serious. They're taking it so seriously, too. Like, this is great. They accuse each other of being lucky? No. I don't think so. At least I didn't hear that. The only thing they accuse each other of being lucky of is lucky they have a friend like me to let them stay at my house for a whole weekend and feed them delicious food. And I say, you're goddamn right. Hosting a party for people while you're on a diet is a special kind of hell, by the way. Cooking like awesome food that you can't eat. Because at like 3 in the morning I made fried Oreos for everybody and I couldn't eat the fried Oreos. I just had to make them. And that was like, I don't know, I died a little bit inside. I definitely did. I did die a tiny bit. No, I love having my friends over because I live alone and I get this big empty house and it's weird. So like anytime people want to come over and do something, I'm always down because, you know, I don't have a ton of human interaction and it's good to force myself because once everyone's here and I'm like hanging out, I have a great time. It's super fun. It's just I work so much that I forget to I won't like take time off during my week to go out and do something. So I have to schedule events with friends and like have them actually come over, and it's like it's very good to do that. I always enjoy it. It's always a really good time. I like having the house full of people. I like hosting because otherwise I just don't get any social interaction. What kind of American traditional dish is that? It's not. It's just it's like a carnival food. Like there's a whole subgenre of fried foods from carnivals that are popular in America, like fried dough. And then somebody said, what if I put a hot dog inside the fried dough? And then you get the corn dog. And then somebody said, what if I, fry cheese? And you get, mozzarella sticks. And what if I start frying desserts? Then you get like fried ice cream, which is kind of a Mexican thing here. Fried Oreos, fried Snickers bars. It's, yeah. It's a whole thing. Super unhealthy for you. Super not good to eat. But, people love them, especially when they're drunk. So, usually when it's the final night of a long weekend with people here, I start going through the house looking for leftovers of stuff that didn't get eaten, and I start turning the leftovers into new foods. So there's a bunch of Oreos and there's a bunch of pancake mix, so I made fried Oreos. There's a bunch of leftover chips and there was a bunch of leftover barbecue, so I made barbecue pulled pork nachos. There's like anything I can do to get rid of leftovers and consolidate food, because like once the party's over, I don't want a ton of that food in my house. I'll throw it away. Like, I'll just give it to people because I'm on a very strict diet, and having a house full of cookies is bad, so. What's up, Kimberly? But yeah, turning leftovers into new foods is like essential if you don't want your house to be full of trash food after a long weekend. I cooked so much food this weekend. Holy shit. I will say the 24-hour brisket was dope. Smoking a brisket for 24 hours was delicious. It was so good. I don't have an egg smoker. They're great though. My father has one, and I've used his for like prime rib a few times. Those things are great. They get up to like insane temperatures. I might get one someday. The next thing I'm gonna buy is a cabinet smoker. I already bought it. I just gotta go pick it up. I put a deposit on it. Yeah, I might get an egg someday, but they're pretty cool. I like them. It's very funny putting on Delicious in Dungeon while you cook. It's a good vibe. Highly recommend it. What up?
So, Brendan,
Give me 1 second. Turn down the music. What's going on?
just saying what's up. How you doing?
I'm good. Just working, hanging out. Yeah, chilling. I cooked a
Yeah.
ridiculous amount of food this weekend and didn't get to eat most of it, so I've got that hate inside me. It's good.
What do you mean?
When you're on a diet, but you're hosting for people and you have to cook all the food that all the drunk people want to eat, but you can't eat it because you're on a diet.
Oh, yeah.
So you're just like, here's the deep fried Oreos, guys. And they're like, these are insane. And I'm like, I bet. I bet they are. Like, here you go, guys. Here's your barbecue pulled pork nachos. And they're like, these are incredible. And I'm like, sure. Absolutely.
Tell me about it.
I'll be outside eating
What do
my
they-
smoked chicken. Thanks, guys.
What do they taste like on your tongue?
Yeah, tell
Describe
me.
it.
Describe it. I need it. No, yeah, I cooked so much stuff. Smoked. That 24-hour brisket was great. I've never done a smoke that long. That was really, really good.
Nice.
It was one of those
Yeah,
things where
brisket's great.
I had to wake up at like 3 in the morning and sneak outside and check the smoker like a goblin. Like, oh my god. Please don't destroy this $200 piece of meat.
Yeah.
But no, that was incredibly good. But
Well, that's good.
yeah, it was good. I watched. I've only got 3 episodes left. I started and almost finished Delicious in Dungeon while I was cooking. I just put it on in the background the whole time. It was great.
Yeah.
That
It's
show,
really good.
it feels like a show that we wrote.
Nice.
It's so
I
specifically.
saw your message about.
Yeah.
I saw your message about it.
It's it was really frustrating because like all the stuff that I was just telling Chad earlier, all the studio notes we got about like explain what a dungeon is. Nobody knows. Like, why are monsters here? What is this? Like, they don't do any of that. They're just like, from the very beginning, they're just like, we're in a dungeon. Monsters live here. That's it. And it's just there's no explanation of anything. And it's just if you know what this is, you know what this is. We don't have to explain it.
Yeah.
But it's
I mean, that's all like just.
yeah.
It's like people who just have, no confidence
Yeah. But it's like
in stuff.
the exact mix of serious with stupid that we like. It's so close to that where he's like, the slime's eating my friend. My sword won't do anything, so I have to use a fire attack. But, if I burn it too hot, it might ruin the delicious flavor of its ooey gooey center. It's like very, very dumb, very, very fun. It's just like, okay, they just enjoyed this.
That's what like One Punch Man's like.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. But
Like as
yeah,
soon as I put on One Punch Man, I was like, oh, this is like what we do.
that's like a perfect show for you and Kim and the boys to watch because it's lighthearted and funny. They fight stuff with swords and the monsters are cool. And it's like delicious recipes with beautiful artwork. Like whenever they cook something, they do like a glory shot with like a rendered illustration of the
Nice.
food. And it's like,
Oh, they would love that. Both of the boys are like super into that right now. They
yeah,
want to
like
cook.
they'll fight. There's like a cool fight scene with a monster, and there's really creative animation, and they have like a really cool anime fight, and then the dwarf starts cutting up the parts, and he's like, "What you do is." You take the ham steak off the dragon tail and you cure it. Then we give it a pinch of salt. And he like walks through the whole recipe and he's like, "You want to use the slime ooze to brine it for 3 days." And then they do like a glory shot of the recipe with like a funny name for it, and then everyone eats it and gives their thoughts like Iron Chef, like its flavor is so subtle like a mushroom, but it has the texture of a steak. Truly unbelievable. It's very, very good.
What was our cookbook called? What did we
Douglas
call
Ten
it?
Speed's Big Book of 12 Recipes.
That really what we called it?
It was Douglas Ten Speed's Big Book of 12 Recipes because 10 felt like too expected and 12 felt like a really mundane number.
Right. I remember.
But then we had a bunch of optional. We were talking about maybe doing a full cookbook, and we had a bunch of names for it, like Dungeons and Dining, and then we had the Gastronomer's
All the obvious
Grimoire.
ones.
Yeah, Gastronomer's Grimoire of Gastronomy was one of them. Yeah, there's a whole list of possible names for that one. But yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. I'll probably put that on for them because I'm sure they would love that.
the premise is great at the beginning. Like they don't waste any time on it. Like it just made me frustrated because I wish we had that experience writing it where he's like, listen, we're not great adventurers. We don't have the money to get good food. There's only one solution. We go into the dungeon and we eat the monsters. And they're like, we can't. They're monsters. And he's like, think about it. Monsters eat other things just like animals. There's no reason we can't make delicious food out of the monsters we kill. It's like very serious, like, but very stupid.
I love that.
It's great. Yeah, you'll love it. The kids will love it. Kim will love it
Yeah,
too.
I've seen everybody talking about it.
It's very good. You'll enjoy it. Your whole family will enjoy it. But yeah,
Hey, by the way, anybody who's in the chat who's been following my like critter brush stuff, somebody had mentioned on Thursday a little hack to make the sketching to Chrome large brush run faster. It's amazing. It's like not only does it run faster, but you get the fine line that I like with the straight up inking brush, but you can paint with it.
what's the hack?
So if you click on that Chrome large brush, you go to the brush settings, you just change, you go to brush size, you just change the line width to 1 pixel.
Oh,
That's it.
dang.
And that's literally it.
Wow.
It's so awesome. Like it's so fucking good.
That's awesome.
It's like drawing with a sharpened pencil constantly, but it looks like paint.
I gotta
It's-
try.
I don't
Corel.
know.
Maybe I'll do that this week.
Fucking rules.
Finally try Corel.
It rules.
Oh man. But yeah, what are you up to?
I'm just working on some Diablo stuff.
Cool.
I have a meeting on Wednesday, and I have to pitch like, I told you like what they liked. Obviously, I'm not going to say it on here.
Yeah.
But, so they really liked my composition. They just want like, it's smart what they want. They want a handful of variations with different stuff, and then they also want like me to do the bad versions so
Oh.
that they can prove to like marketing that it doesn't work.
Oh, did marketing shoot down the cool one you wanted to do?
No, they went for it. That's the one that everybody liked.
Oh, okay, cool.
But they want me to do like another. They want me to like exhaust options,
Yeah, I gotcha.
that, like other people would put forward.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Makes
it's
sense.
fun. I was like, great. It seems like this one that I'm working on is going to be like very like ideal. Hopefully, fingers crossed. You never know with video games.
Yeah.
It could suddenly change.
Yeah. It's always the worst feeling.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm doing.
I'm just bracing
And
for.
this one pixel brush thing fucking rules. Anybody in the chat?
Yeah, I gotta try that. I gotta try Krita. I'm just bracing for any day now at any hour. I could get the call that says drop everything. You're working on Final Fantasy 14 stuff.
Mm.
I'm in that zone. I'm in that zone where they told me to watch out because it could happen any minute. I gotta peek around all the
Yeah.
corners every morning, check my phone, make sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm not surprised that I'm immediately working on the next Diablo thing
Mm,
because I was kind of expecting it. But I do wish I had like a window of time that was slightly larger between the projects.
sure. Yeah, I'm like, I really want to stick to my goal of having this piece I'm doing now out before the Elden Ring DLC, but depending how much work for Dawn Treader I think it's called Dawn Treader, the new 14 thing they put on me. We'll see. I don't know what to expect. Last year it was it was only like 3 weeks of work, but they're doing a huge push on this one. So I don't know. I don't know what to
Well,
expect.
this time you get to do a different program. You get to do Clip.
True. And I get this
So
computer that actually runs. So that'll be
yeah, it
fun.
might go by a lot faster than you're thinking.
Yeah.
When I switched over to Clip from Photoshop, my time was probably cut
Oh,
into like
yeah.
more than half.
The personal work I've been doing in Clip takes about half the time it would take me to do it in Photoshop.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I've been enjoying Clip a lot. But yeah, I don't know if you saw the trailer for the new 14 thing. They're doing like Aztec and Mayan stuff.
No, I didn't see it. Is it
It,
cool?
they're going for like kind of a pirates vibe where it's like we're on ships
Oh,
going.
maybe I did see that.
Yeah, it's very like I don't know, like we're finding like South American, Central American ruins with like cool kind of Quetzalcoatl monsters.
Right. No, I did see that.
But yeah,
Well, yeah. That's gonna be fun to do.
big push. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna ask me to do. There's usually like a couple serious options and a couple silly options with like the new like minions and things. So we'll see.
I'll have to tell you off stream the offer I got to do something recently. It's nothing like humongous, but it's cool. It's a cool like
Yeah,
property.
I'd love to hear. Curious about what makes Clip faster, Henry? There's less how do I put it? There's less like fixing things because the brushes are more intuitive. You don't have to go in and erase and redo things as much because it feels more like drawing. In Photoshop,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
just it kind of just does what you want it to do. It's like you have to like the way I kind of try to tell people is like imagine you went back in time to before you used any digital art programs.
mm,
Like, do you remember the weirdness of like using Photoshop
yeah,
and drawing with it and being like, how come this doesn't feel like drawing? Like it
yeah,
just it's like learning how to draw differently.
hmm,
It's just like you're relearning this interface. And when you use Clip, it just feels way more accurate to like how you would actually draw with a pencil or a pen or a brush. It's like, it's not perfect, but it's much better than Photoshop when it comes to like accuracy in drawing. Like
yeah,
sometimes you want the like kind of looseness of Photoshop. Like there's something to Photoshop's like sketching where it's kind of not exactly right, you know?
hmm,
There's like nice implied things and whatever that you can get out of it. But if you're looking for like a pencil feel or a pen feel, Clip Studio is great for that.
the textures I think are better too. They look more natural. Like the Photoshop paint and pencil textures kind of look like it's digital attempting to look like it, whereas Sketchbook just kind of looks. I mean, Clip just kind of looks like it.
Yeah.
I want to go back in time and see if the reason I said Sketchbook, I want to go back in time and see if Alias Sketchbook Pro still feels as good as I remember it feeling.
I've used it
Is
since
it
then
not as good?
because Callum still uses it, Alexander.
Oh,
But it's fine. It's not as good as Clip or like right now I'm drawing in Krita. It's not this. I'll tell you that.
I remember
This fucking rules what
the
I'm doing.
the first time I ever used Sketchbook Pro, I was like, this feels like I'm drawing on paper. But that was also
Oh yeah,
so long ago.
yeah. Back in the day, it was like
Yeah.
incredible.
It's like I
It's
never
like
want to
holy
use
shit.
Photoshop again. Yeah, it was nuts.
Yeah, that was like the beginning of me doing the like program hopping. Like
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, Photoshop stinks for this. I need to do
Mm-hmm.
it in this.
Photoshop was better for
I hate.
coloring, and Cliff was better for drawing.
I just like hop back and forth and back. That's like all I do.
Yeah. Well,
So whenever anybody's like, "Can you teach me how to do like what you're doing?" I'm like, "Well, get 3 programs. One of
mhm.
them's free."
That's what I loved about when the Fables art book came out, and James Jean's process was like, well, I do a sketch, then I scan it and I tighten it up with a digital drawing, then I print it out on canvas and I do a wash of acrylic, then I rescan it and I paint it, then I print it out and I draw on top of that. I'm like, what is this, dude? Just every medium, every single
Yeah,
medium used.
that's kind of like, I don't know. It's funny to try and like show people like because that's obviously what like my Patreon is. It's just
Mm-hmm.
being like, do this and then this and then that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I wonder how many people actively do that, like use all of these different things. 'Cause it's like you're learning, like multiple skills at the
Yeah,
same time. It's like each one of those is like a different fluent language that you have to get down
right.
in some respect, not
Yeah, I
that
don't know.
extreme, but a little bit.
I think it's higher than the Gumroad thing, where like people just buy Gumroads and never use them. I feel like it's
Yeah.
Patreon's probably higher than that, but
People buy Gumroads like 6th graders bought Goosebump books.
yeah, exactly.
They just don't read them.
Yeah, you just have
Don't
them.
use them. Just collect them.
Yeah, just have them. Oh, that reminds me. Did
Yeah.
you know that Internet Archive has everything? Did you know? Because I didn't know this.
Yes.
It has every art book,
Yeah.
all of them, every eyewitness book.
Yeah.
I didn't know it had the old like eyewitness shit. Like all those are on there too.
Yeah. It's more or less like thinking of what you want to see.
It's
You
weird.
have to like remember
Yeah.
what you actually want.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a place to find high quality scans of the eyewitness books anywhere. I thought those were like borderline lost media. That's great.
Isn't that a funny thing? Like, I answered some question last week. I think it was about like how to um, kind of like become yourself, or just one of those questions that you get a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking about like taking in all different types of information and resources and reference and
Mm-hmm.
culture, books, like all that shit to talk about. And I think like what's lost is primarily this weird, sight unseen thing. It's like if you don't have any of those books around, you don't think to look at them. It's
No.
like if none of that stuff is around, so it's like if stuff doesn't fall into your algorithm, you just don't see it anymore.
Yeah.
But a part of your brain trusts that everything you need is right there in your phone or like
Mm-hmm.
right there in your computer. But like none of that stuff that's really valuable is being fed to you. That's stuff that you like actively have to seek.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that when I went to the library the other day with the kids. It's like Kim and I were just like walking around, like looking at stuff, and I was like, oh, I was telling her, I was like, they have like all these old fairy tale books. They have like all the old, like, I saw all the old eyewitness books, like armory books, like
Yeah.
everything.
The
And I was just
best.
thinking, like, this is always here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just need to actively seek it out
Yeah.
because there's so much stuff that you just get, for
Well, you
free.
gotta.
Like, I don't know.
I'd recommend telling everybody. I try to do this once a week. Like I usually do it on Sunday, where I'll go to like a new antique shop or someplace. Like you have to actively go look for things you don't know you're looking for. Sometimes, like you just have to go.
Just expose yourself.
Yeah, just you'll find. Just trust that you'll find something new, and it'll be worth finding. But you don't always have to know what you're looking for when you go looking for it. Just put yourself out there. You'll find cool stuff. But yeah. There's
Yeah.
a crazy antique shop in Salem I'm going to next week that I didn't know existed. And I saw some photos from that blew my mind. I gotta send you some of them because, like, dude, they had like the really cool Gilded Age antique jewelry where it's like an hourglass inside of like a necklace, and like weird like pieces of like a mummy inside of like a file, and like those weird Victorian things. They had all that shit. I was like, this is awesome. But yeah,
Nice.
can't wait. Can't wait to see what else is there. But yeah.
Yeah, it's super important. Like it's the same principle as like if you're a writer, you need to go out and like experience life. Like just be around people and do stuff and have weird interactions and things.
Yeah.
Like cuz you need fuel for what you're doing. You need inspiration. You need to be just like an active participant in the world. Like you can't just wait for something to, like what are you going to do? Get all your ideas from a book?
Yeah.
Or like from a movie, or just be derivative? It's like you need
material.
weird experiences.
Mm-hmm.
That's always the best. Like we use all that stuff for Steve.
Oh yeah, 100%. Every weird interaction and strange person you meet gets put in there.
Just that one story I told you about that dude that's tangentially in Kim's world, who trying not to say his name, but basically he was insulted. Like the best story ever. I'll say it here just because it's so funny.
Sure.
He was out with his wife and his parents. So his parents, not hers. They were all out to dinner or something, and she made a joke at his expense, and he was really like insulted, but nobody else was. Everybody was just kind of like good spirits, whatever. And then later on, he says that he was really offended by that, and actually, like his parents called him and talked to him about it, and asked him like, like if he's okay with that, and like she shouldn't be doing that to you, like in front of other people, whatever, like humiliating him. And then she was like, they seemed totally fine with it. Like your parents, they didn't have any bad reaction to it or whatever. So she was like, she basically just didn't believe him.
Right.
So she was like, I'm going to call them and see if that's true. And he said, don't do that. They're probably busy. So she ends up calling them, and they're like, no, we didn't say anything like that to him.
That's great. Using the parents
And
as
then
a
she
shield.
like, yeah, and then she like came back to him and told him that. Oh, he
You're like,
freaked out.
now it's even funnier. I'm gonna have more stuff to make fun of you about.
Him would remember the exact line that he said after he got caught.
They're
It was
probably
so funny.
They're probably sleeping.
It's like so funny.
Past their
That's
bedtime.
like, it's the best little kid thing, because it's that thing of like, I think my parents are calling.
Yeah,
Gotta
literally.
go, guys.
I think I hear my dad calling me, guys. I gotta go home.
Yeah, you're hanging out with bullies. They're making fun of you, throwing rocks
Do
at
you guys hear that?
Guys, I actually think dinner's ready at my house.
Yeah.
Go.
I'm gonna get out of here. Do you hear that? I think it's a police siren. We better get out of here and stop making fun of me.
Oh shit, guys.
We better stop making fun of me. I think I hear the cops. Yeah, that's very good.
So ridiculous. It's so awesome. I
Who
wish
is-
I was like that.
Who was making fun of who in that scenario? Was Kim making fun of him, or was his wife making fun of him?
His wife.
That's very good. That he said my
Kim
parents
wasn't there.
my parents didn't like that, and then his wife called
Yeah, they
him
were
on it.
offended by it. That they talked to him about it.
It's very good. Because that's like also
So
her family now.
lame.
Just lying about other immediate people in their life. It's very, very good.
Just imagine being that fragile.
No, she's
Not.
gonna,
It's not enough that I didn't like it. My
Well,
my
also-
daddy actually said, "Don't say that."
And you'd be like, what do you think they're going to say if you call them? Of course they're going to say they didn't say that. They're non-confrontational. There's really no point in calling them. They're just going to lie.
Babe,
Babe,
don't
don't do it.
don't
They're not gonna tell you the truth, obviously.
don't
They don't want to rock the boat.
please.
Also, in the reality that your parents call you and say, don't let your girlfriend or wife talk to you like that, in what case would you ever tell your partner that? I talked to my mom and
All of
dad.
it's crazy.
Yeah. I just want to let you know that I talked to my mommy and daddy, and they said that you're pretty mean to me, wife.
He said you're a little like. I mean, I don't want to repeat what they said. But
Yeah.
he said you're a bitch.
I know I'm a grown adult, and I'm supposed to have my own standards of living and my own, things that I care about, and I should be able to defend myself. But my mommy and daddy said
Should
that
be
you're
under
actually-
control.
You're actually pretty mean, according to them.
Which I don't really agree with. I mean, they're kind of out of line doing that. I was cool with it.
But maybe stop
Mommy and daddy, though.
for them.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe
for
don't
my
do it
mommy and
anymore
daddy.
for them.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
But also at home too. I mean,
Yeah.
don't
It's
do
probably
it at
better.
home either.
It's probably better if you stop doing it, because if we do it at home, you might slip and do it in front of them. We should probably just stop
Yeah.
doing it altogether. Even though I love it, even though I love when you roast me like that, babe, we should probably stop. Just because.
It's funny and all. I
Yeah.
think it's funny, but other
You know
people,
I love it.
they don't get our sense of humor.
Yeah. Such a
Babe,
shame.
please.
Yeah. Just gaslighting your partner. He's also 7 years older than his wife. They're really disappointed that you would make a joke about me, was the line. That's good. It's excellent. That's excellent.
Yeah, Kim's in the chat.
That's
She
very
knows it.
good. 7 years older
Yeah,
than his wife. That's really good. Yeah, the point is not that he
like,
has
not
feelings.
like a little bit older. He's like 40.
Shays. The point isn't that he has feelings. The point is that he's lying about his parents being concerned to mask the fact that he was bothered by it. If he's that bothered by it, you say, hey, don't make jokes about me in front of people. If it bothers you that much, don't invent a story and go, my parents are mad that
Don't be a liar.
Yeah, don't
You're a
make some
coward.
Yeah, don't be a coward and don't throw your parents under the bus because you're too afraid to tell your wife, don't make fun of me in public. Like, if it bothers you that much, tell your wife, don't make fun of me in public, and have a discussion. But
If you
yeah,
think that's an okay thing to do,
yeah, it's,
re-examine your life.
yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, don't make up
'Cause
lies.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy to do to your parents.
Or also maybe look at why it bothers you that your wife's making fun of you, and have a discussion with your wife about, like, maybe how do we change this, or how do I change myself. Listen, Shays, I don't know if you're kidding or not. Okay, there's a lot of red.
I'm not
pillars
even
out
looking
there.
at the chat, so it's okay if you're kidding.
Yeah, it's fine if you're
It's
kidding.
funnier if you're not.
It's hard to tell with all the MRAs hanging around in the world.
It's better if you're not joking.
It is better if you're not joking. It's true. It's funnier. Shays, it doesn't bother me if you're serious, but it really bothers Kim. So maybe change your behavior for her, not for me. But if you say it in my chat and Kim reads it, it might bother Kim. So
Yeah,
do it for her.
Dan's fine with it.
I'm fine with it. I
Kim?
love it. I love when you talk that way
mean-
about women, personally. But maybe
Yeah.
don't anymore
Yes,
for other people.
exactly. It's just being tactful. That's all.
Yeah.
Have some tact, babe.
Yeah. Babe.
Babe, please.
I want to take you out in public. I want to show you off. When you act like this, it's just embarrassing for both of us.
Yeah.
At home, I love
And
it.
you still want me to be like a man, don't you?
It's a
I mean,
crazy world out
kinda
there, babe.
emasculating.
Guys just, people don't respond to women telling jokes like that. At home, whatever maybe in public when you're with my parents,
Anything
maybe
goes.
just look pretty and shut the fuck up. I love you.
Sorry, babe.
Maybe just look pretty and shut your
I mean, I'm
goddamn
telling
mouth.
you, it's contagious.
All right,
Look, now you got me doing it.
Let's have sex. Let's have sex and start.
Now
a
you got
family.
me being a bitch.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
It's very good. I love the insecurity.
Yeah.
The insecurity is always the best.
Insecurity is so funny.
It's great.
It's so funny. It's the greatest weakness.
It's like someone asked me if I thought a person they knew had Tourette's, and I was like, no, they just don't filter themselves. It's different. I think they have like a problem. I'm like, no, they just speak their mind a lot. That's not the same. It's not the same as Tourette's. It's very funny when
Just
people.
a mean person.
Yeah, it's just a person who has no filter because they genuinely don't care what you think, and like people don't know how to handle that. I think she has some kind of problem, and it's like, no, she just really doesn't give a shit about anything you think.
It's like that story I told of being in San Francisco and having somebody tell me that I was facetious.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why people were angry with me.
Mm-hmm.
I went facetious.
You were like, do you want to get beat up?
That word is huge.
Yeah, don't say
Know what
that.
that means.
Don't say that word anywhere outside of this protected city.
I literally went, huh? Because I didn't know what the word meant.
You said, is that why they
Huh,
call?
okay.
Is that why they call San Francisco a sanctuary city? Because I can't beat you up for saying stuff like that. Is that what that means? You can call me facetious, and I can just look at you and not hit you. In
If
Boston,
I had known what facetious meant at the time, I would have been able to respond.
it's literally the Louis C.K. people from Phoenix or Phoenicians. You're just saying a thing to say a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is the energy, Henry. I love relationships I see people in where it's the shut the fuck up, I love you energy. It's my favorite dynamic. Close your mouth, you dumb bitch. Let's have kids.
I just feel like Kim and I got the best thing going. Just say anything we want.
Yeah.
Just be normal.
Something I was going to say, but I'm not going to say it on stream. It's not about you and Kim. It's something that happened over the weekend. Remind me later. It's very funny, but it's not YouTube funny.
Okay. I thought you were going to say, Kim's a bitch.
No.
Dave, I don't know how to break it to you.
Oh, remember one of our friends tried to do that, like at your wedding even? He was like, I mean, I like Kim and all.
With the big Z?
Yeah, it was like, I like Kim and all, but do you think this means like, you know, like things are going to change with Dave? And I'm like, what does that mean? And he's like, you know, like, what if we want to like go away for the weekend, just the guys, like get like rent like a house out? And I'm like, when have we ever done that? We've literally never done this. This thing you're pretending
He
we're
hasn't
not
hung
gonna,
out with you in 10 years.
This thing you're pretending we're not going to have time to do anymore, and that he's marrying her, is something we've never done. We have never done this because we would never want to. And he's like, it just sucks, you know. It's like, you know, it's like we're not going to be able to like have him around anymore. Like, you know, he's just going to spend all his time with her. He's like whipped. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I don't know. That weird hatred of anyone liking a woman is very funny to me.
Oh, yeah. It's not going to be one of the guys.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if your friend falls in love, he's not being stolen from you. Like, he doesn't belong to you. You get that, right? Like, you understand?
Also, like, I just don't have that type of relationship.
Yeah.
Which is, you
So
know, like if
fucking
I wanted to
funny.
do those things, I would still do those things.
Well, I'd been drinking.
Nobody's stopping me.
I'd been drinking after the speeches, so I was a little buzzed. And when he said that, I like spit out what I was drinking, and I was laughing. And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "When have we ever done that? When have we ever had a boys' weekend and rented out a house?" I was like, "Well, like, you're like pining for something we've never done. Like, what do you mean?" I was like, "I'm pretty sure if I told Dave, hey, let's rent out a house, just us and the boys, he would like roast me for the rest of my life." I was like, what is this thing you're like upset we're not going to do anymore that we've never done or would do? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
It's exciting. It's very cool.
Yeah, I love it.
I mean, just us boys.
Yeah, just us boys.
I like hanging out with the boys.
Yeah. Do you think things are gonna change with Dave now? What do you mean? Like, do you think Dave's still gonna work all the time and never come hang out with anybody? Like, yeah, the thing's been happening for 10 years. Pretty sure it's gonna keep happening. Like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure now that Dave's married, he's not gonna have more time for you because he already has none, and he hasn't for a decade. Pretty sure that's not changing because that's been the status quo, dude. Like, yeah, very funny.
Yeah, that's really weird.
You know what? Now that Dave's getting married and he's planning on starting a family, I think he'll have more time for you, friend of his. I think he's actually going to want to hang out with you all the time. I mean, I guess, unironically, I guess that does happen to a lot of marriages. Guys get married and realize they're not happy, and they're like, I'm just going to go golfing for 8 hours a day with the boys and get out of just escape my living situation. Because I'm so miserable.
Help me!
Yeah, just screaming for help. Did you ever watch Silver Linings Playbook?
No.
Oh, there's a great scene about that in that movie where the guy's like, come out in the shed, I want to show you something. And they go out there and he's like, what do you want to show me? And he's like, nothing. I just sometimes like to come out here, I put on my headphones, I just turn up Metallica. I remember being young and I just rage because so I just got to get away from her sometimes, but she won't let me leave. So I just come out here and I freak out. Like, what is, because I've met those kinds of people. I'm like, what? Like, why? Like, what are you doing? What's even the point?
Dude, there was like a Telltale Heart situation in the like condo next to, or the townhouse next to ours when we lived in Castle Rock.
Yeah.
And it was like a rumble pack under the floor.
Oh my God.
It's like that type of situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the guy's man cave was in like this tiny crawl space.
Hell yeah, dude.
Under their house. It's like so small. There's a little window you could like see down there.
That's very
And clearly
funny.
it's like where the guy crouched down
It's very funny.
to play games.
I
I
love
was
that.
just like, man,
Just the Harry Potter
I'm
living
so
under the
glad
stairs.
I don't have to hide from my wife. Hide
Yeah.
from my family.
People that just marry people because they feel like you're supposed to get married and then they just feel trapped in their own home is like, I will never understand that. I'll never understand it.
Yeah. It's not to understand.
I've heard friends say the line from like shows, like the scripted meme line of like, I've been asking my wife to let me have a man cave, but you know, she hasn't said yes yet. Like, you have to ask for that? Like, what? Like, why are you?
Let's just do it.
Yeah, just do it. Aren't you paying for the house, dude? Like, just do
Like,
it. What do you mean you have to ask?
It's like, and if you have room,
Yeah.
it's like if you want a man cave and she wants like a fucking yoga studio
Yeah.
or whatever stereotypical bullshit,
Yes.
then you guys should just do it.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
who cares?
Yeah. That's, yeah, I don't know. I never understand that.
It's called being a partnership.
That fear. I got trapped at a party like that like a month ago. I told that story on stream when I brought that sausage board to that like potluck. The lady was like, biggest regret on, like one thing I wish I looked for in a husband, a guy who knows how to cook. Ha ha ha. She like leaned into me and like did the shoulder bump thing, and she was like, my husband, his specialty is the microwave, and he's like in the room with us, and I'm like super fucking uncomfortable.
He was like, babe, my parents said,
Yeah.
don't talk about me like that. It's
And I
offensive."
tried to save him. I was like, well, this is just baked sausages. Like, anybody can do this. And she was like, no, you haven't seen my husband in the kitchen. His best recipe is stay out of the kitchen. I'm like, all right, okay. She just kept roasting him till he left the room. And I was like, why even be married? Like, what is this?
Yeah. It's bizarre.
Yeah, I don't
Sad.
get it.
It's really sad.
It's extremely sad. Just trapped people. Which is why we're all going to start listening to Andrew Tate on this stream, guys. We're all doing it.
Absolutely.
We're all going to get red pill. All of us.
Just Tate's tots.
Tate's tats. Yeah.
It's us. That'd actually be a good early childhood development program for Andrew Tate, just called Tater Tots,
Should be.
where he just teaches babies and
That's what Ethan Klein calls all his
kids under
followers.
6.
Ethan Klein calls all of his followers the Tater Tots.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, he's like, let's listen to the Tater Tots. And they like roast those like guru guys that are all like his kind of disciples.
Oh, that's
It's
funny.
a very good name for them.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
love
Tate's
that
Tots
shit.
is a good one for that.
I love it. I love hating women. I love gambling. Smoking cigars. Looking good in a shirt, you know? Mostly hating women though.
Yeah, I mean, come on, who
Yeah.
doesn't?
I think the best advice
Women?
I think the best advice I ever got from Andrew Tate was that
Come on.
you should never live with a woman ever, even if you're in a relationship with her. What you should do is live in a house with a bunch of other hungry guys that are trying to climb to the top so you can all compete with each other and feed off that competitive male energy.
Yes.
It's just
Mhm.
literally becoming gay. Women, they're gross. I'm going to fill my house with other hungry men. I need it. Need that
It's the
competitive
straightest
energy.
thing possible.
It's like being at the gym 24/7, except there's no women at the gym, just guys.
Just surrounded by bulls.
Yeah, bull. Yeah. When our cycles line up, who knows what'll happen?
We see anything moving,
Yeah.
charge.
Oh man, it's very funny. I wish I was susceptible to that stuff. Life would be so much more fun if you could believe in the fairy tale stuff. There is a giant conspiracy. It is run by women.
Big women is the biggest thing affecting
true.
America today.
Yeah, it's been affecting me for years. Glad people are catching on. In general, I just want to know what it's like to be like a mark, like someone who just believes whatever the fuck. Just anything. Just.
I know people like that.
Yeah, I do too.
It's more sad than anything else. It's just kind of like people really desperately looking for something. And
Yeah.
it's like you can't really blame them. You're just kind of like, I feel bad.
Like
I'm like, oh man, that sucks.
my very
That you just like
religious,
feel so insecure that you gotta like seek any answers from
Yeah.
anyone confident.
like my super religious aunt used to buy those like tabloids where it was like the apocalypse was happening every year and they found like a half fish, half human, and then like all those things. The giant text front pages of like, you know, this actor's been dead and replaced by like a replicant, all that shit. But
Absolutely.
I was like, how do you? I remember asking her, I was a kid, I was like, how do you believe this shit? And she flat out told me, she was like, God wouldn't let them print it if it wasn't true. And I was like, what is that mentality? Like people just can't lie? And like, what?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Just a bunch of George Washingtons.
Yeah. Very, very funny. Did I see that article about the monitor lizard? No. What's that? Do you know, Dave?
Oh.
I don't. I don't know what that is. Kim, you
I
gotta
know
watch.
what a monitor lizard is.
Kim, you gotta watch Delicious in Dungeon with the whole family. I think the most creative episode so far was one where they used dungeon traps to cook food. It was very, very good. Very, very smart. Yeah, send it to me, Kim. I'd love to see it.
What?
The article about the monitor lizard. I'm assuming it's very funny. Man. So yeah, anyway. I hate
Art
my-
isn't something you do, it's something you live, okay?
Wow.
That's what it is.
Hold on. Hold on, Kim. from Vice News. 4 men gang raped, killed, and ate a protected monitor lizard. Quote, I have never seen a crime like this. Forest officials in India are investigating 4 men who gang raped, killed, and cooked and ate a monitor lizard in one of India's most protected forest reserves. It was the only monitor lizard in the park. The incident took place on March 29th at the Sayadri Tiger Reserve in the western Indian state of Maharashtra. I can't say it. The forest camera traps meant for tracking tigers caught the accused men trespassing the reserve's Chandoli National Park. Forest officials arrested the men between April 1st and 5th. Is this an April Fool's article? I say April 1st and 5th in it. Hold on.
There's no way. It's an April Fool's article.
April 18th. Okay, just checking. Found videos on their phones of them gang raping a monitor lizard and then killing and eating it. Quote, I have never seen a crime like this before, Division Forest officer told Vice World News. The men are in their 20s and 30s, and they appear to have done it for fun. There was no religious or black magic agenda. Black magic agenda. Oh, my God. This is very good.
How do you find 3 other guys that want to do that?
Wow.
How do you, like, I get one guy. How do you find 3 more?
You go on
and then you all get hard.
You go on an anonymous forum and you're like, what are monitor lizards doing out there looking that good?
The amount of things that all 3 of you have to have in common.
Dude.
You have to be cool with rape, cool with murder, cool with doing it in front of a group of guys, and then cool with having sex with a lizard. Like, all of you have to be cool with, like, there's so many boxes to check. How did they check all those boxes?
The most
that
recent
bingo card is fucking nuts.
The most recent cases of sexual abuse against animals, including a man raping and killing a pregnant goat in southern India and a 60-year-old man raping a female stray dog last year. A report by wildlife advocacy groups recorded 82 cases of sexual abuse against animals in India between 2010 and 2020. This was out of a total 500,000 cases of animal-related crimes, including torture and killings.
What?
Wow.
What's happening?
India, dude. Just too many people. Too many people, not enough sex. And
that's fucking nuts.
Yeah, dude.
This is
so
great. Crazy. That's so dark.
Oh my God, this is great. Quote, not only is this cruel, but there is a risk of zoonotic diseases. Not only is this cruel, but there is a risk of zoonotic diseases from this kind of case. There's concerns for men carrying STDs and other infections from their act. Very good.
I mean, yeah. I don't think that's like something they're worried about.
I mean, it could be like it could be like the next AIDS, you know?
I don't think these guys are going around and like anything else is happening.
No, definitely not.
Like these guys aren't in like platonic relationships. I don't think.
No, they're desperate. But why a monitor lizard?
These are fucking maniacs.
You know what is funny about that is that
almost everything.
Yeah, but especially the fact that they could have just fucked each other, but they're like, I don't want to be gay. Let's just fuck a monitor lizard. Let's all gang rape a monitor lizard before we just get each other off.
And then kill it.
And then kill it so it can't talk.
Because it'll tell other lizards.
Yeah.
Why did they kill it?
I mean,
why was killing it part of it?
I don't know.
That was part of the fun.
This is where I ask how educated certain parts of India are. I don't know if they think it's going to give birth to like homunculi or something.
They do not. There is no way.
I have no clue. These are guys who game raped a monitor lizard and killed it. I don't know what they believe.
That's the kind of thought that you have when you're like, you accidentally did it. And you're like, oh my God, what if something happens?
Yeah.
These guys just did that. And then they were like, yeah, kill it.
Oh yeah, why did they eat it? Good point. We're forgetting that part.
Yes, there's too many parts.
Good Lord. That's
Eating it is nuts. Eating it is so nuts.
Let's all fuck it, come inside it, chop it up and eat it.
Eat each other's cum.
If they killed it and ate it, I'd be like, okay, they're probably just hungry. raping it together in a group, killing it and eating it. I'm like, well, I do love that it's like we specifically looked into if there was a black magic thing, because that is actually, now that I think about it, that's like the only way that this might make sense to me, is if it was some weird ritual thing.
Yeah, the fact that it's not, that it's just like, yeah, whatever.
At first I was like, why are they
That's
thinking
fucking
black
crazy.
magic? But then I'm like, oh yeah, in Bali they told me if a monkey had a long tail, it was a witch familiar trying to steal my penis. I was like, okay, maybe it's one of those. Maybe there's some Indian legend where they're like, if you see a monitor lizard sidestepping, it's a witch, and you have to rape the magic out of it and then eat it. Who fucking knows?
Don't leave your cum in there and eat your cum.
it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a shaman. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't ask me these questions.
As above, so below. That'll be $20.
I don't
Good luck.
want to be a part of it.
Maybe
What
it
do you
was
guys think?
I like this comment from Tarek. Maybe it was some kind of revenge. Yes. Monitor Lizard did something and they just had to get back at it.
Some kind of revenge is like the name of the novel about it.
Yeah.
And it's about, some kind of revenge.
Some kind of revenge. With a black and white photo of the four of them walking into the jungle on the cover. Yeah, that's truly great. That's a truly great
It's
article.
so crazy.
That's wonderful.
It's so crazy.
Must have been awesome to be the Vice reporter that woke up and had that on their desk. This is my beat today? What? I get to do the guys who gang raped a monitor lizard and ate it? It's very funny.
It's the last article of somebody leaving the force that day. We saved this one for you.
Hold on. Do Hindus believe in reincarnation? Did they think the monitor lizard was somebody they really hated?
No.
Listen, I'm grasping at straws here.
There are no straws to grasp. It's just horny guys doing horny shit.
That's
And then getting
more
angry.
But that's the thing. This feels like more of a stretch than even that. Because, like, why did it take 4 of them? Like, maybe 2? Like,
I don't understand what you mean. Why, like, you act like they had to do it.
Well, I'm saying,
Wasn't like a mission.
if you're a horny guy, you can get off without being in a group, and you can get off without having a lizard. So, like,
They
if you're-
already said there's only one lizard.
yeah, but if you're a horny guy who wants to fuck a lizard for whatever reason, at most you would need 2 people, one to hold it. Like, why 4 guys that all want to fuck a lizard? That's so
I mean,
much
you might be right that 2 of them, like we're gonna do it, and then the third
Yeah.
found out, and then the fourth found out, and he's like, "Why didn't you tell us?"
Why didn't you invite me, man? It's what it's like.
No,
What
that's a dream of mine.
It's like what my neighbor said to me the other day, where he was like, "I thought we were friends. I had to smell that smoke and know you were cooking meat, and I didn't get an invite. Maybe it's like that. I thought we were friends, man. I heard you were going to fuck a
Yeah.
lizard, and you didn't call me, bro.
Yeah, I'm your boy.
That's very good.
You're gonna eat Eric's cum out of that lizard and not mine.
So you're a guy in India, and you're like, I'm so horny, I want to rape an animal. I think the animal I'm gonna pick is a cold-blooded, scaly animal with a tail that's gonna be whipping me in the face.
I don't know. I don't
Do you
know.
think? Oh, here's an important question. Do you think they raped it before or after they killed it?
Before.
You think so?
I think that if you're gonna go through the trouble of eating it and killing it, like all that whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
I think that you're crazy enough to. I mean, come on.
I think you're sadistic and you want to feel it squirming around trying to escape.
That's what I'm implying.
Yeah. But man, be a better movie than Deliverance. Should make that.
It's crazy that they definitely didn't use condoms.
No, 100%. Why would they?
I just can't imagine putting my penis into an animal.
Maybe this is how it starts.
But at least protection.
Maybe it's a Lovecraft type story where you're like, how could a couple guys do that? Then like three nights later, you haven't slept, and you're like, maybe I just have to try it to understand. I don't want to. I just want to know how a person
Me
could
waiting
do it.
for the bus,
Yeah.
thinking about it.
Take me to the zoo, please.
Killing me inside.
Sir. Take me to the zoo.
Oh yeah, you going there by yourself? No, there's 3 other guys.
Yeah.
Me and 3 of my closest friends. We have a
Did you guys read that?
suicide pact.
Why are you going to the zoo? I know it's crazy, but did you read that crazy Vice article about the monitor lizard? All the guys look around at each other. I just wanted to see one in person to know why they thought it was so attractive that they had to rape it.
They're like, no, they have to tell the news that it was the lizard's last wish.
It's the
It was
ring.
dying of cancer.
You keep telling people about the story, and then more people start raping more lizards.
A lizard climbs out of a hole
Yeah.
and climbs through your TV, and then you have sex with it in your living room.
Yeah.
You eat it.
It's just Shutter
Not
Island.
even good.
You're just reading the article, and you're like, how could a man do that? And then zooms out, and you're the Indian guy in the prison. Your whole life's a
Did they
crazy
eat
fantasy.
the whole thing?
I don't know. Just as they ate it.
More questions than it answers.
We don't waste any part of the lizard. We fuck it, we butcher it, we eat it. We don't waste any part of the lizard, especially not
crazy.
its cold, dry lizard pussy. We don't waste that at all.
Like, the fact that I've never heard of anything like this before, which I'm sure it's happened before
Yeah.
in, other animals. But I mean, like, the fact that I've never heard it, and then the only time I have heard it, it was about a monitor lizard, is so crazy.
I don't think I've ever heard of
Like,
anyone...
it's not like a golden retriever.
I've never heard of anyone raping I've never heard of anyone raping a cold-blooded animal. I think that's the thing that's throwing me. Is like I've heard of people doing it to mammals.
Oh, I have. There was like on like
Like
Opie and Anthony.
a gator?
I think it was like the frog
Okay.
back in the day.
I could see like if
Or
you're
maybe
like
that's from something else. I
if
don't
you're
know.
like-
I've heard of that.
if you're like some deep south bayou person and you make a living wrestling gators and you're like wrestling a gator and you're all excited and you get an erection, I guess I could see that. Maybe that's happened. Maybe someone's raped a gator.
I don't know if this stems from. It feels like an impulse buy.
It does. You say okay, so you think it wasn't planned. You think 4 guys were in the woods and one guy was just like, haha, wouldn't it be crazy? And he just went to, and then they were like, yeah, and they all just, it was like ordinary men, like they just became Nazis.
The thing I hope is that they were high on something, like that they were just completely fucked up out of their mind, and they were
that'd
just
be
in the
good.
woods,
They're just on
and then they
PCP.
found the lizard. Just something like that. Something else was happening that made all those guys decide this
Dude,
is
it's-
okay together.
It's unironically the South Park episode about COVID where Randy gets high in Japan and sees a bat and fucks a bat.
Yeah,
It's
it
just
is.
that. It's like, that's wild.
It's unbelievable, honestly.
Well, anyway.
Speaking of drugs, I did I think it's called like mucimol mushrooms last night.
Oh, more mushrooms. How'd that go?
They're supposed to be like psychotropic, whatever. But I'm just putting this out there to anybody who cares. It's not worth doing. It just sucked. It was trash. I just saw them like available, and I was like, I've never heard of that. I wonder if it's anything cool. It's not. It sucks. It was like just diarrhea and feeling a little sick and feeling like slightly inebriated, like a little bit high. Like you kind of look around. Like I took a lot just because I wanted to feel like the extreme of it. And yeah, just take edibles. Just take THC.
Okay.
It was so bad. Just in case you're ever curious and you're like, oh, those are magic mushrooms. They are not.
Did they affect
I
everybody?
mean, I knew they wouldn't be.
Do they affect everybody differently, or is this like a you experience, or is this pretty universal?
I took it twice. I took it one day and I took it another day, and both times it was just whatever.
Oh, jeez.
But I just think they try and like sell it as if you're getting like psilocybin. I knew it wasn't, but like
Yeah.
I didn't know because people were saying on the reviews that like, oh, you hallucinate or whatever. I was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You just feel like you're gonna poop. You just feel the world feels slow. The only cool thing about it is that you're like fully aware of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can have like clear thoughts, which is like my favorite part about mushrooms in general. Is that like you're still there. You're not like super slow and dumb or drunk and like everything's silly.
Right.
You're very like present. It's just you're experiencing something wild.
It is funny.
At least that's what happens to me.
It is funny to me deciding to do drugs once you already have a family and having to pick the drugs based on what you can do with kids in the house. Like I can't risk losing my fucking mind. Like so like what am I gonna yeah, that's kind of funny to me.
Well, I'm not really worried about it. The kids like if they did wake up or something,
Yeah.
it'd be nothing. Like they're so easy.
Sure.
They just go back to sleep. Like we never have to intervene. And we wait till they're like dead asleep to do anything.
Eric wants to know what happened to those straight edge boys from Boston. We grew up. The world changed.
What happened to them?
Yeah. He's talking about me and you.
Well, it was more or less like my experience before now was just people doing all that stuff to like escape reality and
Instead of
whatever.
enjoy.
And I just
Yeah.
experienced so much negativity surrounding drugs. And then when I was like, a little older, whatever, have my shit together, I was like, if ever there was a time to try that stuff, it would be when everything's going great. Just be like, okay, I don't need to worry about like getting sucked into this vacuum of doing nothing.
Vacuum
Just
and
doing drugs and
needing it.
not succeeding
Yeah.
in my life. So like that was mostly it. And then really it was just about like the anxiety part of it, of like I had issues with things and all the studies that came out about like people with, PTSD and all that taking psilocybin. Like I have all sorts of weird tics and things, like pulling my hair out, like just like anxiety where like I'll eat or like something like that to deal with it, like just these weird hang-ups that I've never really been able to kick. I was like, you think when you have those things, you can trick yourself into thinking that all I really need to do is just arrive at this final place where I feel good and like life's going good, and then it'll go away. And that's what I was like hoping for,
And then you get there and life's good.
'Cause you're like, maybe this is all around.
And it's the same.
Maybe this is all like surrounding me having just like general anxiety about like where I'm at and all this stuff. Then just finding out like, oh no, my life is great.
Yep.
I'm married, I have kids, like everything should be good. And then being like, but it's still, I have all these weird hang-ups.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking like, okay, I need to deal with this somehow. Like, I don't really want to take all the time to go to therapy. Like, I don't want to like just do more stuff on top of what I'm already doing. And like I said, after hearing so much good things about, psilocybin, I was like, oh, just do that. Like, I'll just try it. Let's just give it a shot. And then after doing that, I was like, oh, okay, this is great. Like, this is like exactly what I wanted it to be. It's feeling like I'm actually like confronting the things that are really bad. So just a really positive experience. Whereas like when I was a kid and Dan and I were around like tons of like drug dealers and stuff, like they were just doing it like recreationally for no real reason.
Well, there was nothing
It wasn't
else
like
to do.
they were trying to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you see people that are just like failing and
Mhm.
like living in a super dark room all the time and high out of their minds, and it seems like their world's falling apart.
Yeah.
There's nothing attractive about that to me.
No. The main reason I never did anything until very recently, even with me, I've never even smoked. I've tried edibles and that's it. I haven't even tried mushrooms yet, but it's mostly because, yeah, it was just that thing that was beat into me living here as a kid of like the association of, okay, well, not 100% of the people I know, how's the way to phrase it? It's like, not everyone I know who does drugs is a loser, but everyone I know who is a loser does drugs. Where it's like it didn't seem worth the risk because people. Also, I kind of feel like I would have been prone to that because I so desperately wanted to escape my living situation and like my social situation that like if I was given something that would turn my brain off, I think I would have done it every hour of every day.
Yeah, exactly. Like if I were young, like I would have loved to not exist
Yeah,
for a little while.
and that's
You
why
know, like when
like
things were bad at home or whatever.
yeah,
Just
when I moved to Boston the first time, and I was living alone finally, and I had my own spot. I realized very quickly that I probably shouldn't drink much because I was probably going to become an alcoholic. So like I don't really ever drink anymore. Like socially, occasionally I do, but like this first 6 months I lived alone in Boston, I was like, oh, I understand how people become an alcoholic now. I'm just gonna stop because it was like
yeah.
very very out of control. It just felt good to not feel anything, so it was just all the time. And I was like, oh, okay, this is probably how it starts, so I should stop. I think it would have been like that with drugs for me, where I would have just been high all the time.
Yeah. If we
But
had been like exposed to, and if we were, well, balanced people,
yeah,
it would have been a different thing. Like if we had like a different, experience with people who were
yeah,
into that,
for sure.
who just had like like you've heard of college professors who like do drugs
Yeah,
and whatever and like have a normal life and they
hmm,
just do like me right now. Like I have a normal life. I
yeah,
just do drugs sometimes and it doesn't affect me negatively at all. It's like people have that experience.
yeah.
I just never saw it.
I think the trick has to be if your life is good and you're doing drugs to have fun, that's fine. But if your life is bad and the drugs are being used to create a fake reality for you to not deal with life, then you should probably not do that.
As long as you're not like a leaning heavily into the addict realm, because then you
Yeah,
could be in any situation and be
yeah.
fucked.
Well, yeah.
You could be doing great,
If
then
you're
suddenly
yeah,
fall off.
if you're an addict, don't do anything related, even tangentially. Yeah, you just can't do
Yeah,
that.
even if your life's going good.
It's like a diabetic with sugar. You're just not something you can do anymore. It's just stop.
But if you feel like you can do things in moderation
Yeah,
and you're just a whatever, well balanced person, it's not the end of the world.
but yeah, I'll try mushrooms someday probably. I am worried about it, but we'll see.
Hold on. Let me take off my headphones so I don't hear you.
Oh man.
Oh.
What's up?
My training session was delayed till tomorrow.
Oh, how's your foot?
It's fine. It doesn't
Cool.
feel terrible. I'm excited. I was happy that it wasn't like bad anymore.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that it started to go away quick.
Yeah, it still looks not great, but it's okay.
Yeah, it was a pretty gnarly photo you sent me.
Yeah. Definitely like chipped a bone or broke something. I don't know.
Damn.
It can't be that bad.
Well, just be careful with it. Oh man. I watched X-Men finally.
Mm.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not terrible. The Genosha stuff is really good. I didn't think it was going to go so serious. I was like, oh, it does feel like the old cartoon. Surprisingly, they captured that kind of tone. But yeah, all the Genosha stuff is great. I was like, this should have been the movies, like the whatever the new movies are going to be. That would have been a good storyline for it. But they already did it. So, but yeah, it gets really, really, really dark at the end. I was like, oh, that's cool that they're like touching super serious, dark subjects. And then it gets really goofy too, where like there's an episode where they just go to outer space and you like those hawk people are there, like that weird alien lady that Xavier falls in love with, who I can't remember the name of. Those like bird people with like the Egyptian headdress designs. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're going to do genocide and then we're going to do hawk people. Like, all right, cool. Like, great. That's X-Men, yeah. We're going to jump between like murder and civil rights and then we're going to go to space and talk to bird people. So, yeah. It was
Yeah,
pretty good.
I was thinking about watching it.
Pretty
Actually,
good.
before I called, I was like, oh. And I
Yes.
saw that you were alive. I was like, oh, I'll just call Dan.
The only things that in it that suck are Magneto's design sucks. I don't know. Have you watched the intro, the like reanimated intro?
Yeah.
It's mostly pretty good, but then at the end, when it shows the two lineups of people running towards each other, something about the way Cyclops is running makes me burst out laughing every time I see it. It's like, it looks like the old G.I. Joe animations. Like, there's something very broken about just the way Cyclops is running in 3/4 is just so off.
Oh, I think I saw that.
Like, you should
Yeah,
watch it
when
right
like
now.
the boys are watching it.
Yeah, they run towards each other. Cyclops specifically, it looks so bad in that one shot. But no, yeah, the writing's all good. The characters are good. They lean into the dumb. Oh, they do probably the best version of Mr. Sinister I've seen in like anything. I was like, oh, they actually made him like a character, not like a joke. He still looks insane, but like, you know, they do like Goblin
I'm
Queen.
gonna watch it right now.
Bunch of shit that I didn't think they would ever touch. Yeah, watch the
It's like that
3/4 run. Look at it. You see it?
Yeah.
What is
That's
it about
really
it?
funny.
It's so off. It like jumps a frame or something. It looks really weird.
Because it's like,
Here's how I'll
his
describe it,
fist-
chat.
I mean, here I have the
It
screenshot.
looks like he's running sideways, and then it looks like they drew him running in 3/4, and then it looks like they drew him running the other way, and it looks like they just put those next to each other, so he's not actually turning. It's like 3 separate things. It's very weird.
Really funny looking.
Yeah, it looks very off.
Mhm.
I don't know why they didn't fix that. It
I
looks
have
so
the
bad.
exact frame.
Is it just the one frame that's thrown it off, or is it the whole sequence?
Well, it's just super awkward.
Yeah, it's
I'm
very bad.
isolating Cyclops right now
Yeah, send it to me.
so that you can use it for other stuff.
But oh my god, I don't know. I don't know why that the intro is good otherwise, but that just destroyed it for me. I laugh at it every time.
It just looks like he has like a huge butt, like
Yeah.
huge hips, and like his
Yeah.
arms are super close to his belly, like on either side.
It feels like when you go through like a kid's notebook and they drew Cyclops and it's like off. It has that same kind of feeling of like a little kid drew like copied a page from a comic book and it's like wrong.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Oh man.
I'll pull it
send
up
it
in
to-
the chat if you want to send it to me. Yeah, drag it into Discord.
Grab it.
Oh no, it's worse than I even remember. Seeing it without it moving almost makes it worse.
What does
Oh
it remind me
no.
of? There's a run in a video game that looks like this. Is it
Look
Double
at this.
Dragon?
Look at this chat. Like his legs aren't long enough and his thighs are too fat or something. He's got like that eggplant body. Oh, oh no. It's very bad. Anyway,
Hold on, I might know exactly what it reminds me of.
one thing I did think was cool in the show is they give characters moves from the Marvel vs. Capcom games that they animate into the show to like make them canon. I was like, oh, that's like Rogue's kick from Marvel vs. Capcom. They like did it. It's very funny.
Okay, yes, I'm right.
What is
Let
it?
me find it now.
It's from a video game.
You'll see it in a second. Yes, yes, yes.
Is it the old Castlevania with the fat Belmont walking?
Mm-mm.
Haunted Castle.
Trying to find the exact frame where it looks like that because it has an exact.
There is a
Here.
frame from Symphony of the Night that looks like that. There's an Alucard frame.
It's
that looks
this.
like it.
Yes, I know.
Let's
That one's
see.
good too. Hold on. For some reason, it didn't let me drag it in. Here.
Oh. Oh,
It's-
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's Double Dragon.
It's Double Dragon.
It's the weird. It's
this-
the weird run in Double Dragon. He does exactly the same thing Cyclops does.
I'm actually
It
gonna,
looks terrible.
I'm gonna superimpose it over it.
It's like pushing your chest out and leaning forward and running.
Uh-huh.
It's the pork chop sandwiches.
That's why I said the G.I. Joe thing in the beginning. It looks like the G.I. Joe run. All right. Oh my god, this is way too big.
It's not even that because that one doesn't. He doesn't run weird the whole time.
It feels like it.
It looks like he's gonna shuffle across the ground on like wood floor and socks.
Here you go. I put them next to each other, Dave. You're shockingly correct.
I know.
Hmm.
Are they in your stream?
Yeah. Look at that chat. Damn.
Let me
Ch-
see.
Chubby running.
Okay, I'm on this. I'm on the stream.
Chubby runners. I don't know what the delay is. You'll see it though.
Yeah, yeah, yes,
Yeah,
dude.
dude. There it is.
It's just there he is, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's Billy and Jimmy.
Yeah, I think you'll like the X-Men show. It's not like insane, but it's better than I thought it would be. Some good, meaningful character deaths. Just enough stupidity to feel like the 90s X-Men. Because it's got to be, to hit that 90s tone, it's got to be a little dumb. I won't spoil the episode you're going to like the most. They make something canon that's very, very good.
Yeah, don't say anything.
I'm not gonna. Lots of characters I didn't think would show up. That was the other thing. I was like, oh, they're doing like these guys?
Those Dimension X guys who come from with the cars.
I mean, I wasn't even expecting Sinister until he was in the intro. They like spoil it for themselves. And I was like, oh. But like, yeah, they do a lot of cool characters I never thought I would see.
I mean, the only thing that I would say, like art direction wise,
Oh, I mean,
and it's not
yeah.
like even a major criticism, but it's just that I wish they pushed and pulled anatomy more. It feels it feels like they drew over like 3D models frame by frame
They definitely
because they're
did.
so like dead on
They did.
with their anatomy. It feels like there's not a ton of style in terms of like how things move. Like if you watch anime, there's like a ton of exaggeration, a ton of like fluid movement.
Yeah.
It's always like it's You know, like whenever they like freeze frame a thing and they're like, look how bad that drawing is. It's like, no,
Yeah.
because it's elastic. It's like showing something. I wish they did that with it. I wish that this iteration of the X-Men cartoon looked more like the Japanese intros
Me
to the
too.
original.
I'm fully
Just something that
convinced.
was more like energy.
I'm fully convinced they rotoscoped the whole show. Like when you watch it, you'll notice. Like it had to be that.
It has like a too perfect feeling to it,
It feels like
which
Archer.
feels a little stale.
It feels a lot like Archer in a lot of the episodes where it's just static shots of characters with like mouths moving and then an action scene, but the action scene is like totally rotoscoped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
But
cool. Like whatever they got to do for like budget stuff. It's not
yeah,
like they can do crazy shit.
yeah, they
But
can't hire Madhouse. I get it.
I'm just saying that was like one of the things that stood out to me. I was
Yeah.
like, kind of safe.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they went a little more extreme, but it's weird to hit that sweet spot because like the Castlevania show on Netflix, everything's drawn not super great, and then the action scenes they exaggerate it a lot, but they don't have enough frames to make it feel fluid, so they do like really exaggerated character actions that look cool with like the crack in the whip and like the spell casting and but there's not enough
I
frames
think the thing,
to sell the motion of it.
but even in that Castlevania show, it feels like the characters never bend their waist or something.
No, yeah, they don't.
It's like a weird kind of movement that's
Hmm.
specific to that.
They have to put the camera in
Kinda
certain
odd.
spots because they don't want to draw the character in 3/4 tilting forward ever. It's all very like panoramic to the side of the character for some reason. But yeah,
And they always feel like they're standing up straight doing like dynamic stuff, and you're like, it's kind of weird.
yeah, it's definitely a limitation of we don't know how to do this, so we're just gonna find creative ways to not do it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it's like that sort of thing or if it's just something to do with like a budget and speed. Like, I don't know.
Probably because the more difficult the pose, the harder it's gonna be for the animators. So they probably just do the simplest poses they can.
Yeah.
But yeah, X-Men does feel rotoscoped, but the writing's pretty good. It's not like there's some dumb fun ideas. They do some silly characters and situations, so it feels like the 90s cartoon, but all the Genosha stuff is good. That should have been the plot of the new MCU X-Men stuff, but that could have easily been a really good trilogy. But yeah.
That's like everything from like Pepe's book, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Seeing like Master
I
Mold,
liked that one.
that like zombie sentinel with the 3 heads, the whole Genosha thing is like seeing that was cool. They did that really well. But yeah. Man.
Having complete freedom in my art to just make, what my imagination can will into existence. It's so freeing, and it's what gives artists kind of like
This was a tricky
the
one.
keys to drive.
I couldn't tell if you were being serious or not for a full like 30 seconds on that one. I was like, is he talking about creative freedom with his Diablo job? Is he being serious? But then you said a specific word. I was like, okay. All right. Dave's just filling air.
Just saying the worst stuff.
Yeah, it almost got me on that one.
Just
I was
when
like,
people who teach art go in autopilot.
Yeah, exactly.
Start ruminating on useless crap.
Who was that fucking YouTuber we found forever ago that did like, weren't his streams called like ruminations, and he just talked about video games for like an hour? He had like an insane haircut, and he just loved listening to himself talk. And he was like, the thing about Lufia 2 is the dynamic of the Sinistrals. Remember the guy? I think he called it ruminations, and we were like laughing so hard at how fucking cringe it was.
I don't know if I've seen that, but
It was definitely
I mean, I'm sure I've seen like one of those. I just can't
Yeah.
remember the name. But I feel like there's like 1,000 of those. They're really funny.
It was like this like chubby dude with like a long like skullet kind of thing, but it was like a dyed a color, I think. And he was like smoking cigarettes with like an above camera angle looking down at him, talking about like religion and Xenogears for like 2 hours. What is this? What is this? Yeah.
Super embarrassing.
So funny.
What the heck? Fresh cooked meal? No way. For me?
Dude.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Fresh cooked meal?
What the fuck is this shit?
Kim.
These goblins.
These goblins? What? Kim.
He thinks Diablo has goblins.
Tell Kim to Google monitor lizards and send me the sexiest one she can find.
I already looked, dude.
Shit.
Yeah, I would love to know the place they started.
Me too.
Because, I mean, I don't know if you immediately jump to the last monitor lizard in like a sanctuary.
No, I
I
don't
think they
so.
had other things they were doing before that. I think this club was doing some other dark stuff.
They were
well
turning
before
up
that.
turning up the heat, building up their tolerance,
What else can we get away with?
chasing a high.
Yeah. That's a high. I don't know. Nowhere to go from there.
It's very funny.
See monitor lizard.
Do you think the lawyer came into the room and he was like, "Unfortunately for you guys, the monitor lizard was being monitored. We have video of you raping it.
Oh.
We have all of you on camera."
Oh, hold on.
You find a sexy one?
I think so.
Find a fuckable Liz?
Check Discord.
Alright, let's take a look. Whoa! Hold on. Can I show this on stream?
There's no nudity. Yeah, I think so.
Alright. I take back what I said. I'm moving to India. Look at that. I guess I never really considered that with a thick ass like that, with also a round tail, it's like a third butt cheek. Probably does feel good. Whoa.
This one's AI.
Okay, never mind. I get it now. I didn't know there was a whole community of like lizard people.
I didn't either.
Wow.
I'm looking. There's a lot of these. You search sexy monitor lizard. You're
Maybe
not
they
going
were
to come
like-
up empty-handed.
Maybe they're like lizard people control the world. So the easiest way for us to control the world is to have a lizard child and put him on the council.
Just kind of going through the archives to find all of the
I've got a fucking...
weird monitor lizard stuff.
What's that comedian's name? Is it Mark Norman?
That's one, yeah.
I've got a Mark Norman thing stuck in my head and I can't get it out. When he's talking to that
Something you can
girl
say.
on that first date podcast, and she's like, "I want kids, but I'm almost 36," and he goes, "Ew, I think those eggs are scrambled." I don't know why that got me so hard. It's just killed me. Just the immediate,
Good.
didn't even think about it. I think those eggs are scrambled. Just so fast. Just the meanest thing to say.
He always is super fast. It's like incredible to make those connections that quickly.
I know.
I'm just like, holy shit. Unbelievable. Bread and meat. Bread and meat.
Whoa.
The chant I do before lunch,
Hell yeah.
and I dig in.
You can go if you need to, you know.
Yeah, I gotta eat and pee and number 2, all the above.
Sick.
I can come back though.
All right. I'm going to take a pee break too, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Bye, guys. All right, I'll see you.
Bye. Oh. Let's see. What time is this furniture getting dropped off? Listen. Dominating a lizard and dominating the world are similar, okay? There was a time when our ancestors ran from dinosaurs, alright? Dominating a monitor lizard is revenge for all those years of our ancestors hiding in caves from T-Rexes. And And no, I don't actually believe we were on the planet at the same time as dinosaurs. I'm not one of those people. Before anyone listening to this leaves that comment. I'm not going to render this baby's face. It's going to be too small for anyone to notice. I'm just going to try and get the shadow right. And then we're moving on. How do I feel about Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals? Listen. The challenge dungeon at the end of the game was an amazing feature, alright? Arguably, it wrote the script for modern day post-game DLC. What's up, Aaron? There were, Henry. You're correct. You thought I didn't know anything about Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals. Well, you're wrong. Joke's on you. It's probably true, Gondo. Get me some powder of life. Some return to Oz. Weog, Teog, Peog, powder of life. Sprinkle it around. Oh my god, more Bobby Hills to render. And Caesar wept, for there were no more Bobby Hills to render. How's the progress of the weight loss? Same as it was last time. 65 pounds down on a plateau. Plateau has not broken. I'm glad I don't have the ice cream thing. I know so many people that love ice cream. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't hate it, but I don't ever crave it. It's not something I ever, like, want badly. Have I played the Persona games? No, that's one of my biggest blind spots. I haven't played any of them. People that I trust say they're amazing. I just haven't played them personally. What do I want badly? I liked baked goods. The only thing I ever crave is like, I don't know, like a baklava or something. Sometimes in the morning I really want a baklava with a black coffee. Or like a warm, savory pastry, like a cheese Danish or something. Stuff like that. I like baked goods. Those are like the thing I have to stay away from. Any kind of like, I don't love like cloyingly sweet stuff. Like I hate the baklava that are just covered in simple syrup. Those are like too much. But if you get a good one where it's mostly like pistachio and like almond base, like those are great. Love those. But a baklava is like 600 calories for like one baklava. They're like ludicrously high. It's like a whole pound of chicken. I'm playing the first of some for the first time. I'm sort of waiting for it to grip me. A little bored, to be honest. Just reached the point where you cross the Serpent Swamp on Chocobo back. You're still early, but it might not grip you because FF7 was kind of a product of its time. It was amazing when it came out, and like if you played it back then, it still holds up. But if you're playing it for the first time blind, the translation isn't the best, so it's kind of hard to follow what the game is trying to tell you at some parts. Yeah, I'd say keep going. If it still hasn't gripped you by the time you get to like Gold Saucer, it might not grip you. I don't know. Maybe play to the end of the first disc. I think the best part of the game is the end of the first disc, beginning of the second disc. Beginning of the second disc is my personal favorite part of the whole game. That's the part I think of the most. But that's also a lot of stuff, so that's a big ask, because it might not grip you. These guys are like holding a tree. It froze during the Chocobo races. Was it an emulated copy, or was it a disc? If the disc was scratched at that part, that sucks. That really sucks. Wow. Was that the end of the mix? I think it was. I feel like I'm indecisive with my drawing. I often get better ideas or feel anatomy is a bit wonky and fix it. I think you're just being a perfectionist. It just feels like you're unwilling to finish a drawing and have it be not as good as you think it should be in your head, which is going to hold you back from getting better. Because instead of putting out something flawed and improving and moving on to the next thing, you're going to keep fixing the same thing. And as you get better while you fix it, you're going to go back and fix the stuff you fixed. Because, yeah, and you just end up not putting anything out. That's a bad trap to be in. I've been in that trap. Sometimes you just have to accept that you're not at a skill level yet for it to look exactly the way you think it should in your head. But accept the fact that you'll get there and finish the piece and move on. You just have to release stuff. I got over it by taking on more client work because when the deadline hit, the piece was done. And if I didn't think it looked good enough, it didn't matter. It got put out and it was finished. Yeah. Time studies also helped. I would live stream time studies a lot, where you go, okay, we're going to paint this for an hour. At the end of the hour, I know it's not going to look finished because an hour is not enough time to finish it, and I'm just going to, that's it, that's the study. Whatever's on the canvas after the timer goes off, the study's over. And I didn't trust myself to do that on my own, so I streamed it live so everybody would hold me accountable. When the timer was off, everyone in chat knew that I had to stop painting. But yeah, you don't really get over it. You just have to learn to accept it. You just have to learn to accept that the part of the process of improving is not liking where you're at consistently. Because if you like where you're at, you're not going to want to improve. So you have to bend your mind to be okay with releasing work that you know could be better. Because in order to get better, you have to think the work you're doing has flaws. It's baked into the process of getting better. So just accept that, realize it's a good thing for you to not think your work is perfect. It's actually a benefit, because that means you're trying to get better and you are focused on improvement. If you're seeing flaws, that's a good thing. It means you're actively engaged with improving. So just bend your mind into thinking that way about it. It's not that the piece looks bad, it's that I'm improving because I'm seeing flaws in my work. And then set a deadline and release the piece by the deadline. But don't hyperfixate on a piece that isn't perfect. I've done that before, and you never finish the piece. Because you work on it so long that by the time you're able to render the thing you wanted to render, the stuff you rendered in the beginning doesn't look as good as the new stuff, and you go back and fix the old stuff. And then the new stuff becomes the new old stuff, and then you want to fix that, and you're just updating it forever. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the cost of improvement is kind of not enjoying the quality of your work for what it is. You can only see how much better it could be. But that's okay. That's, you know, it's a necessary evil. Dude, I'm so sick of painting chubby cherubs. No more chubby cherubs, please. No more BHBs. Bobby Hill boys. Yeah. It's okay for things to not be perfect. It's the battle versus the war. Don't lose the war of getting better as an artist because you're losing, you know, not winning the battle of a particular piece. Each piece is a battle. The war is your career. Everything you do should be a step in the right direction. It's not going to be the destination, though. Oh boy. When is this shit getting delivered? Bobby. It is for some. I don't know what you're referring to, Aaron, but I don't think anything I just said is untrue. I'll zoom out eventually. Stay tuned. So I'm done with this Bobby Hill boy. When I'm done with this Bobby Hill boy, I'll zoom out. Oh, dang. Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, they're not exactly the same. Okay, phew. For a second, I thought I could have copy-pasted these, but they're not. They're not the same. They're close, though. They are close. They're similar. That's very funny. Have you ever dealt with a teacher or pro artist who adopts a snarky attitude of why is it so important for you to become a pro at this, as though they've forgotten why they did it themselves? No, because I'd probably not study under them. I'd probably make fun of them and say they're an idiot. If you ever encounter a teacher who's snarky with you, who like, I don't know, like they should be invested in your betterment. If someone's treating you like that, then I don't know, it just seems dumb. They should be invested in you getting better and in their role as a teacher helping you get better. I've never dealt with that personally, but I'd be infuriated if I did, so yeah. You can send it to me on Discord and I'll look at it, Chase. If you're allowed to show it. I mean, I can't give you an answer why the people didn't go for it. That's not something I can know, because I don't know the job, I don't know their thinking, I don't know what they were looking for. I can give you feedback on the piece as a third-party viewer, but I'm not going to be able to tell you why they did or didn't go with it. You also have to watch out for teachers who just teach. There are some teachers who just teach that are good teachers, but specifically watch out for teachers who've given up. If you have a teacher who's teaching because they gave up on their career and teaching is safer and they make more money and it's comfortable and they're not actively taking on commissions or working in the field they're teaching, if there's someone, try to figure out if there's someone who's teaching because they have a passion for teaching. Those teachers are good. But if they're a person who's just given up because teaching is comfortable, don't take their, because when they say something like, why is it so important for you to become a pro at this? They're basically talking to themselves. They're doing like a projection thing. They're trying to tell you, you know, why is it so important? They're kind of resenting your hunger to get better at it because they decided to give up. They're really saying to themselves, you know, like, why isn't this person being as lazy as me? Is essentially what they're saying. So watch out for that, because that's a real thing. You'll run into people like that. There are teachers who teach because they legitimately enjoy teaching and they're good at it. So don't write them all off. Just try to make sure if the teacher, if they're invested in you getting better as an individual and not just copying what they say, if they actually take an interest in like your portfolio and seeing you succeed and try to actively help you, they're a good teacher. But if they're getting mad at you for having ambition or anything, then yeah, they're probably just teaching for the wrong reasons. You can write that advice off. I don't have a server, I just have a Discord. Was for a game. Alright, so feedback on why a client might not have chosen this 7-character piece. Feedback on why. Alright, so I'm gonna do a red line. Or actually yeah, I'll do a red line. So this guy is good. This guy right here is good. He's blending into the background really well. But everybody else is just kind of around. Like, this character feels very flat. Like, the way the shading is on her back arm is essentially the same as the shading on her front arm. There isn't a ton of space. She's also not, like, this guy is sinking into the background. Like, the shadows in his face is blending into that dark value. He's kind of, like, vignetted in. This character feels like a character that was just copy-pasted onto the piece and then cut off by that color. Like, to match what was happening with the other guy, you'd have to bring some of that color up into her and, like, crossfade it. But that's tricky because it's like a green and a red, so it would become kind of gross looking. Or you could bring some of the skin tone down. But I think overall, I think the main reason they didn't pick it is probably the composition, I'm going to guess. I think things aren't pushed extreme enough. Like, this character here is getting kind of lost. You'd probably want to, like, build up the atmosphere a bit more and really sell them as the focus. Also, your values are all over the place. The reason the image looks very flat is because you have this dark value here, but it's also here, but it's also here and here and here and here and here. So none of these characters are sitting in space because that black makes them all flat. So like, I can't say that, like, maybe they didn't pick it because they just didn't like the composition of the drawing. There's no way for me to truly know. But one easy thing you could do to make the space sit better is, you know, take all those super dark values that are in the other areas and immediately push them back. Like, make this character feel further away, like you did with this guy over here. Like, make her feel like she's distant, you know? Like, push those dark values back further. You know, knock those back. Take some of this and bring it up into here. You know, just wash that out. Make her kind of fade away. Take this guy's hair, knock that black back. You don't want something that dark all over the canvas because it makes everything feel like they're in the same place. Take this one. I mean, this one's the closest to the front, so you could keep this a little dark. Maybe wash that out a bit. Definitely knock this cat back. Definitely knock this back. Knock this back, knock this back. Like, you probably want, you know, take some of this highlight up here, bring this in to knock that hat out a bit more. Like, lighten this up. Like, you want, basically what I'm getting at is you want this down here to be the focus. You want this character who's facing away from us towards that tower to be the focus of the piece. You want the eye to go here, which means that you're gonna have to knock back a bunch of other stuff. Like, this is gonna have to get pushed back. This is gonna have to get pushed back. Like, the only area of a value that dark should be right there. So the eye, like, I couldn't even see her legs with those, like, stockings on. But, yeah. You want this to be the highest area of contrast. But, yeah. Anyway. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's too much of the same value all over the canvas and it makes it flat. Is the main reason I think they didn't pick it. Could be the composition, but I don't know. Oh, yeah, no problem, dude. Sometime in the next half hour, I have a piece of furniture being delivered. I'm not going to turn the stream off, but I am going to have to step away and help them move it into the house. Just a heads up. Oh, thanks, Simon. I haven't listened to those in ages. I don't think I could listen to myself talk at that age. I wish, Gondo. That'd be great. Be very funny. They did say they're delivering it today, right? How was my weekend? It was good. I cooked a lot of food for my friends. Everybody stayed here for a few days. Played some games, hung out. Yeah, it was a good time. Managed to stick to my diet the whole time, which was good. Calorie-wise, at least. But yeah, it was good. Cooked 50 pounds of meat in a smoker. That was a lot of fucking meat. Thanks, Sharky. Yesterday was the leftover day. The barbecue nachos and all that stuff. That was all the food I made with the leftovers from the party. I gave that to my neighbors. I just called up friends and neighbors and was like, I can't have this food in my house. It's not on my diet. Please come over and eat. So yeah, I just invited people over. Gave it all away. About 20 of it was brisket. About 15 of it was pork belly. The rest of it was pork butt, racks of ribs, and that was most of it. It's like 4 racks of ribs and some pork butt. Got turned into pulled pork. The 24-hour brisket was the best. That was incredible. Super, super good. Shockingly good. I will be doing that again for sure. Post more photos of food. I stopped doing it because I'm trying to focus more on building an art Instagram now that my Twitter's gone. but maybe I will. I always post food in my stories. I stopped posting so much of it on my timeline. But yeah, I could do that. Thoughts on caffeine and creativity? How does it affect me? Caffeine's not... Well, caffeine just gets my brain started. It doesn't affect my creativity. It just gets me out of the sleepiness. Like, I don't think caffeine makes me creative. It just makes my brain energetic, you know? That's about it. It helps with my mental clarity. There's a few things that help with my mental clarity. One of them is swimming. Swimming's probably the biggest one, even more than caffeine. Caffeine's another one. There's just a lot of, I don't know. Kim thinks I have obsessive OCD. I probably have that, or I have some kind of attention deficit issue. I have a lot of brain fog, and I'm like constantly overthinking tons of different things in my head. There's like 15 different things happening at any given time, and it's overwhelming. And swimming and coffee kind of help me tune the radio to like get rid of the static, where it's like my creative energy is somewhere in the noise, and exercise and coffee help me kind of like tune the radio to get rid of some of the static and figure out a way to get into like a deep workflow. That's really all they do for me. They just help with the clarity. The more clarity I can get, the more I'm able to focus and get things done. And if I don't have the clarity, if I stop exercising and I don't drink any coffee, I just have like constant anxiety, and I overthink and I obsess over things, and I can't prioritize anything. I feel like I have to do everything all the time immediately, and then I get like analysis paralysis and I can't function. I don't know what to do because I don't want to do things in the wrong order or fuck up some weird priority that my brain is making up, and then I don't know where to start doing the things that I need to do, so that I don't end up doing any of them. And yeah, it's bad. You're planning a picnic party and you're making buckets of dim sum. Unsure if I should just buy some with how long it'll take as a first go around. I would just buy some. I would buy some and just, yeah, first time around. There's really good frozen dim sum you can get. You're in the city, go to Trader Joe's or something. I'm not at 100% today. I'm pretty tired from the weekend still, but I'm trying to at least get something done. It's weird when you take time off. When you're in a good flow, it's hard to kick your momentum back. I haven't taken more than like a half day off in a while, so taking a weekend was... I still snuck away from the party to do some work up here. I didn't stream it because I didn't want to just do a muted stream, but yeah. Yeah, analysis paralysis is tough. It's like when they added the new category to panic of, you know, there's fight, there's flight, but then they added freeze. Analysis paralysis is freeze. It's where you don't want to flight, you don't want to run away, you don't know how to fight because you don't know where to start. So you're not going to give up and run away. You want to engage, but you don't know what to do. You don't know how to prioritize the tasks in a way that's effective. So you just freeze and you just sit there. And yeah, it's incredibly, incredibly frustrating when it happens. Luckily it hasn't happened to me in a while, but it definitely did for a few years. I struggled with that. But that was not because of art, it was because of other things in my life. I've never had any kind of art block related to just the art. It's always other things in my life I'm not taking care of, like fitness or mental health or, yeah. That will destroy you if you're not careful. People are like, I don't know, I just don't feel creative. I don't know, I don't have any ideas anymore. I'm not feeling creative. And it's like, well, it's probably not that you're magically not creative. It's probably that you're dealing with a ton of external shit that has nothing to do with art. Because whether you like it or not, your art brain and your day-to-day brain are the same brain. If you fill your brain with a bunch of terrible shit constantly, it's going to affect the art part of your brain because it's the same brain, you know? You can't separate the two, unfortunately. If your brain's full of a ton of horrible stuff going on and your life's out of balance and you're fucking flailing trying to just get by emotionally, it's going to affect your art and it's going to affect your ability to make things in a very negative way. Like, think of art as this water and think of stress as coffee. Actually, that's bad. Let me change that. Think of art as this water and think of stress as urine. Or vinegar. Let's do vinegar. I can put 1 drop of vinegar in that water and it's not much stress, but I'm going to taste it in every sip of that water. Even a little bit of that stress. If I put it in there, because this is your brain. This jug is your brain. Your art creativity brain is the water and your stress is the vinegar. 1 drop is going to affect all of it. You can't compartmentalize your brain in a way where you're running 2 different people at the same time. It's not possible. You're always you. And if you're fucking miserable, then when you do your art, it's going to come out in your art. It's impossible to, like, I'm turning off me and I'm turning on artist. Like, that's not, I wish that was how it worked. It'd be awesome if we could do that. actually get this tower done today. Excellent. Eiley, what's up, puppy? What's up, puppy girl? What are you doing? Where did the emo shtick start? I mean, fucking, I don't know, Wuthering Heights, Emily Bronte, fucking sad boy who can't have the girl he wants and then ruins his whole life to win over her love is like a tale as old as time. It's like, I don't know. There's like Greek myths about that, like pining over something you can't have. I think it definitely got hyper romanticized in the Victorian era. I think like Wuthering Heights and, you know, Tess of the D'Urbervilles and, you know, Jane Eyre novel, all the great novels about pining over impossible love. I think, yeah. I think it definitely, it had a resurgence in that era, and then it had another resurgence right after the World Wars, because people had never seen horror like that before, and like, you know, people were leaning into the misery as a coping mechanism. And then I think it had another huge, huge revival in the 80s. You know, being a sad, you know, deep guy. There's this weird thing where like there's this weird implication where like if you're the jock, you're just happy, and like, you know, so people would do this thing where they cluster traits together and assign them all to one group. So like if you're a jock, you're happy. Okay. So that means that jocks are also athletic. So that means if you're athletic, you're a jock, which means you're happy. And that means that if you wear fashionable clothes that are popular, like Tommy Hilfiger or whatever, that means that you're a jock and you're athletic and you're happy. They would cluster all these things together and make it so people were like meta constructions of all these things. So then if you weren't a jock or if you weren't athletic, that meant you had to be all the opposite things. Well, I can't compete in the relationship marketplace by being a happy jock guy. So what do those guys not have stereotypically? They don't have deep internal emotions. They're so busy having fun. They're not focusing on deep topics. They're not focusing on feelings. They're just, you know, they're vibing basically. They don't have to worry about stuff like feelings because they're so popular and fun. So I can't compete physically and I can't compete popularity wise. So I'm going to be the deep guy. I'm going to be the guy who feels sad emotions. And that's going to be how I compete and stand out from the crowd. I'm going to be the miserable guy who thinks about all the stuff that those lucky people don't have to. And then I think in the 80s that kind of became a movement or like a countercultural thing. I think that's really where the modern version of it started to really take off. But that was all based on like, you know, novels from like fucking Victorian era. You know, nobody is Heathcliff from fucking Wuthering Heights is like the original emo boy. He's the guy. Heathcliff was like, you know, an adopted, you know, like fucking orphan kid who comes and lives and stays with this family and falls in love with the daughter but can't be with her because he's, you know, not good enough. He's from a lower class. So they fall in love and she loves him and he loves her, but they can't be together. And, you know, to make up for the fact that she can't cope with her feelings, you know, she lies to him and says that, you know, you're not good enough for me, even though that's not how she really feels. So what does Heathcliff do? He runs away, very emo thing to do. He reinvents himself He starts a crazy business, makes a shitload of money, becomes upper class, and then finds out that she's getting married. So if he can't have her, he dedicates his life to ruining her happiness. If I'm going to be sad because I can't have you, then you're going to be sad with me. So he moves back to the town he was from. He sabotages her marriage. He makes her husband want to kill himself. He constantly teases her by getting her right up to the edge of having an affair, then backing off and laughing at her. He's like, if you won't love me, you'll hate me. And at least if you hate me, you'll feel something for me. Like, Heathcliff is the original version of that guy. He's the prototype that all emo everything is built upon. Doomed, impossible love. And, if I can't have you, then nobody should have you. And we're going to define our existence through misery, because at least misery's honest. And, that's very Bronte. Extremely Bronte. But, yeah. But if you want the shorthand answer of where did emo start, Sunny Day Real Estate in the early 90s, I guess, is the first, emo band. I don't know. I think my answer's better than that, though, so I'm going to go with Emily Bronte. I definitely fell into that trap when I was in high school, where I was like, I'm cool because I'm sad. Being sad means I'm deep, actually. I definitely fell into that cringe mindset. It's just a coping mechanism. It's just a way to go, well, I don't have any of the things in life that I want, like popularity or girls liking me or any of that shit. And that sucks. So then your brain does gymnastics and warps it with mental alchemy to go, actually, it doesn't suck. Because I'm cool and deep. And I'm not a miserable, lonely, pathetic high school kid. I'm an old soul. And I'm too mature for my age. And mentally, I'm like a 50-year-old, even though I'm 14. So, it's not that I'm unpopular and girls don't like me. It's that they just haven't caught up to my level yet. And when they're older, they'll understand the pain of existence the way that I do now. It's just all coping. It's cope. It's cope. I was a fat, chubby kid who was ashamed of his body and didn't want to do anything physical or social because I hated myself. That's all it was. There was nothing cool about it. There was nothing deep about it. It was just pain and fear. The two things I felt the most as a kid, until I was in my mid-20s, was pain and fear. Everything was painful and everything was scary. Always. Yeah, people have an inherent need to feel like they're a protagonist in their own story. So, it's very easy to turn sadness into a positive trait if sadness is all you feel, because nobody wants to admit that they have a problem. So you make it virtuous. You go, no, pain's actually dope, actually. People do that with everything, though. Especially when they know it's wrong. That's when people do that the most. I wasn't cheating. I was seeking the attention I wasn't getting in the relationship. That kind of thing. The mental gymnastics where you have to rewrite your actions and your feelings to justify them. I wasn't ignoring you. I was focusing on myself because I'm in a negative mindset. It's like, no, you're ignoring them. Just, you know, it can be both, but don't lie to yourself. Well, yeah, I mean, I am deep. I'm a huge, deep fucking loser. I just didn't want to admit it when I was a kid. I'm a very deep, very emotional fucking loser. And I'm okay with that now. But at the time, I couldn't admit I was a loser. I was like, no, I'm actually really cool. I'm just secretly, you know, they just don't get it. They're not on my level. If you've never read Wuthering Heights, I highly encourage you. Or if you want to have a good time, watch the version. Watch the version with the guy from Venom and Mad Max Fury Road and Bronson. The fuck is his name? Watch that version of Wuthering Heights. It's great. Wonderful story. Tom Hardy, yeah. Okay, so the only way I can describe it for people that haven't read it, Bronte novels, the way that women talk about Jane Eyre, Bronte is like Jane Eyre that dudes can understand. Like Pride and Prejudice and the Jane Eyre novels are like, you know, oh, it's this like, you know, fated love and this woman changes a man. And, you know, he doesn't even understand how much he loves her, but by the end of it, it all works out. And, like, you know, he overcomes his shortcomings and they find love. And it's like this transformative story and, you know, women love it. It's great. Guys love it too. It's classics for a reason. Bronte novels are about, like, doom and gloom. And, like, I don't know. There's, like, doomed, like the guy can't have the girl and he knows he can't have the girl and he's never going to get the girl and the ending isn't going to be happy. Actually, it's going to be pretty fucking sad, and the guy's always doing some twisted version of what he thinks is the right thing, and it's very relatable in that sense of like, I'm making the best of a bad situation here, and it feels a lot more relatable to like actual humans. It's less fairy tale and more like the characters have to go through a lot more adversity. Jane Eyre is about a guy who falls in love with a woman named Jane Eyre, and he can't be with her because he's secretly married, but he's not actually cheating on his wife. His wife is mentally insane, and during that era, he just had to lock her like in an attic because she was a danger to herself and others, and he, you know, still loved his wife and didn't want to put her in a sanatorium because back then that was like a death sentence. So he wants to be with Jane Eyre, and he tries to be with Jane Eyre, but he can't marry her, and he can't tell her why he can't marry her, because secretly he's doing the right thing, or what he thinks is the right thing, by trying to protect his mentally ill wife, who's completely lost her mind and is locked in the attic. And then it bites him in the ass, and you know, his whole life is destroyed because he's trying to be this perfect guy for all these people he's trying to take care of. And it destroys him. But yeah, those books, I think the Bronte books are a lot more relatable, personally. They're very, very good stories. Tom Hardy in Wuthering Heights is probably the best Heathcliff I've ever put to screen. He captures the like Heathcliff in the books is incredibly cruel because his point of view is that he's deeply in love with this woman, and he thinks that she's deeply in love with him too, and he thinks that they've made a promise to like, you know, if we can't be with each other, we'll be with nobody. And he feels betrayed on like a fundamental level, and the way he copes with it is he just becomes cruel. the same passion he put into loving the girl when she betrays him in his eyes, he has that same passion for her, but now it's, I'm gonna ruin your life because you ruined my life. And if I have to think about you every second of every day, then you're gonna think about me every second of every day. And he just becomes this twisted, awful character. But you start the book with him as a kid with this innocent love, so like you have to watch him transform into this maniac. And yeah, it's just it's very human in a way that the fucking Jane Austen books are not. Anyway, that's my personal take. And yes, if you want to know how cringe I was in middle and high school, I was the kid with long hair and a trench coat with headphones on listening to Radiohead while I read Emily Bronte books. I was that loser. I was that guy. So, you can take my word for it, okay? I was peak cringe. I was like, Heathcliff gets it. I relate to this character so much. I mean, I think Radiohead's great. They're my favorite band, but I also can't listen to them much because it will ruin my life. Because most of their really good songs are fucking miserable. And just like a diet, if you only listen to sad stuff, you're sad all the time. If you only eat fatty stuff, you're gonna feel fat all the time. So like, is How to Disappear Completely my favorite song of all time? Yes, it is. Sometimes I don't listen to it for years because I don't want to feel like shit. Do I objectively think it's a beautiful piece of music? Absolutely. But I do not want to listen to it often. High school started for me at 6 a.m. Or I got up at 6. I think classes started at 8. I think we got to school at 7, had breakfast, and then, yeah. Yeah, I've listened to The Smile. It's good. Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins is very nostalgic for me. Smashing Pumpkins was like me riding my bike music. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness was like one of those albums that I listened to thousands of times. Siamese Dream was like the summer soundtrack for like years. But yeah. Tonight. My favorite music video, probably. But yeah, no, Radiohead has always been my favorite band, but I just can't listen to them often. It's just not a good time. All my favorite bands are like that. All my favorite music is like indie emo shit music that makes you feel sad, like Broken Social Scene. I fucking love Broken Social Scene. I love Cat Power. I love Feist. I just can't. I can't listen to any of this shit. I mean, I don't hate Bon Iver. Not my favorite band, but they've got some good stuff. But again, I can't listen to any of this. I just can't listen to it. Hello? Oh, hold on. My neighbor walking my dog. Yo. Sorry, had to eat something. Oh, there we go. Furniture will be here in 40 minutes. That was my neighbor coming to walk my dog. I bought an antique monk's bench, which I'm going to put up in my studio because it matches the stained glass. One of those things on the floor? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, dude. Bloodborne Studios, the goal. It's the goal. A Lion King prequel? Why? I mean, it makes sense. You pay a bunch of money to make 3D models of everything, and you release The Lion King, and then you just have all the fucking money you spent making The Lion King wasted. It's probably just an excuse for them to use more of the 3D they already built. The white things? Those are radiators for heat. Never seen a radiator before? Well, you're in California. Maybe you haven't seen a radiator before, actually, now that I think about it. No. It's a radiator at the bottom of the bookshelf. Yeah, I did move back to my hometown. When my mom got sick with cancer, I was coming here all the time to get her to her appointments and, you know, take care. So, and my brother just had a baby. So, I was here babysitting a lot. So it made sense. It was an opportunity to build essentially a dream home. The only thing I don't like about this house is that it's in my hometown. Everything else about this house is great. Being able to design it myself was a really cool experience. But yeah, if I could move it an hour north to like Salem, it would be like flawless. The town I'm in is kind of boring, but you know, I can't really complain. The house isn't done yet. I'll do a house tour maybe when it's done. I'm still building a couple parts of it. What did I enjoy most about designing my house? Weirdly enough, the logistics and the limitations were the funnest part. Like, I had rules I had to follow from the town because this house was grandfathered in on the site of a previous structure. So I couldn't extend it past those borders. And I had to like make sure it still was technically on paper a 1-bedroom house. So I decided pretty early on, since it's just me living here with my dog, I was gonna make it all open concept. So 3 big open floors instead of a bunch of smaller rooms like a traditional house. I essentially just wanted to make it a big open space, and one side of it is 10 feet off the water, so I wanted one side of the house to just be glass. I wanted floor to ceiling windows, so no matter where you are in the house, it feels like you're outside. The water's right there. You're like on the lake looking out. So I had a list of limitations and features that I wanted to play with, and finding a way to move everything around and make it work while maintaining laws I couldn't break, you know, rules from the town on what I was allowed to build, and then stuff I wanted to do, like install stained glass windows and have an entire wall be glass. That was interesting. Just being able to, like, I don't know. It felt very video gamey, just like moving stuff around in Photoshop and sketching it drawing everything, drawing what the house would look like, drawing floor plans, handing it to an architect, having them come back to me with things that I had to change because of like load bearing issues. Like the problem solving was the funnest part because I built an antique post and beam carriage house. And post and beam is, you know, the beam is is horizontal, and then the posts are vertical to hold the beam up. I didn't want any posts in my house though because they just felt like they were cluttering the open space. So one thing we decided to do was to make the beams steel beams to carry the load of the house without there being a need for posts. But that didn't match the post and beam look of the house because that's wood. So we wrapped the problem solving we did was we wrapped the I-beams in stained wood. So they look like big, huge planks of wood that match the rest of the interior, but they're actually steel beams with a casing on them. So like just all the little problem solving stuff like that was really, really fun. But yeah. Yeah, it was good. It was a good experience. It was long, but that's only because I built it during COVID, like the height of COVID. Like finding contractors and materials was very hard. There was a huge material shortage because shipping got all fucked up because of COVID. So it took about 2 years. It should have only taken about 6 months, but it took about 2 years. Like weird things, like I couldn't get a refrigerator forever because the fucking the capacitors. There was like a shortage of them during COVID. There was like a huge electronics shortage. But yeah. Luckily, I got the house contract before the price hike. I was able to get the house construction deal done, but everything in the house, everything that went inside the house, I got fucked on. Oh, Hyperion, nice. Yeah, there's still more stuff I want to do here. I'm not done with this house yet. I'll give you a house tour when the house is done. House is not done. I've still got a ton of shit to display and hang up, and I've still got a few more things to build. Boop, 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 boop. So it looks like right around the 5-hour mark of the stream, I'm gonna take a break, short break, to go move that furniture in. You should. Game Goblins is a great name. I mean, Dungeons and Dragons is for dweebs, but it's okay to be a dweeb. Just tell them that building a good dungeon is a form of engineering. A perfectly designed dungeon is an incredible feat of engineering. Just tell them that. I'm not gonna lie. Every bone in my body wants to stop streaming right now and go play Final Fantasy 1. But I'm staying strong, chat. I'm staying strong. I'm not gonna do it. I should stream that. 8-bit pixel glory. No, I can't. I can't give in. If I was going to quit stream to do anything, it would be to go outside and go for a walk on this beautiful sunny day. I do have a bike. What's your question about comics? I'm not leaving you to play games. I'm gonna stay strong. If I didn't have Dave to brainstorm stuff and roleplay calls to come up with ideas for Steve Lipton's role, so you think you could have done in order to come up with the flowy, more natural dialogue? I don't know if I could have without somebody else. I don't think it wouldn't have sounded that way. No way. No. The dialogue sounds conversational in Steve because it's me and Dave having conversations and writing them down. I don't think there's any other way to do that. There's a way to approximate it. You could get close, but there's no way it would be... It wouldn't feel the same as what we do. I'm not saying that's bad, but yeah. Ours feels like people who know each other talking to each other because it's people who know each other talking to each other. Find a friend who you trust and basically just do improv with them. Go, hey, I want to have a conversation with you about this, and I want you to, you know, be this kind of character. Like, take this position against me, and let's have a conversation, and just act naturally. Don't overthink your answers. Just respond fast. and see where that takes you. Or I guess if you're like really struggling, when you're having conversations out in the real world, or if you're listening to other people have conversations in the real world and you hear something interesting or funny, or somebody says something in a certain way that strikes you, write it down and just be like, okay, we've done that with Steve, where like I hear somebody say something, like insult a person and say something really funny, and I've never heard someone like insult a person that way before. Or they'll say something really cringy, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so good. I never could have thought of something that cringy. And I'll just write it down in my notes on my phone when I hear it out in the real world, and I'll just borrow it. But for back and forth conversation, like a tennis game of two people talking, I think you just kind of have to have conversations. I mean, yeah, if they're helping you make something, you probably do owe them something. Yeah, Tuvedo, we stopped updating it. We just didn't change the dialogue on the site, but we stopped updating it to focus on the next book. There'll be more once the next book is out. But if you'd like more chapters now, you can buy a copy and get all the chapters that were not posted online. Wow. Do you think if you were tasked to do a job you didn't like working on or feel was a good fit, UPI, you'd have the same level of work ethic on it? No. When you're motivated to do something and you're personally invested in it being good, you're gonna work way better on the thing. I think it's basically like a proven scientific fact. I don't even think it's a matter of opinion. If people feel invested in work and they enjoy it, they do better on it always. I think that's like pretty much standard. I can finish a job I don't enjoy. I've done many jobs I don't enjoy. I can get them done and I can make them deliverable. I can make them, passable, or I give them to the client and they're, it's a thing they can publish, but it doesn't look very good to me. To other artists can always tell. They're always like, oh, you hated that one. And it's like, yeah, I did. Like, yeah, I can tell when anyone hates a piece. You can see the struggle for them to give a shit. It doesn't feel natural. Everything feels like stiffer and forced and weird. The most common sign of an artist hating a piece and not having a good time on it is when it feels like someone else's work, because usually halfway through they get frustrated and they start to study other stuff into it or copy other people. And they're like, okay, and when it starts to feel like they didn't even do the piece, it's like, yeah, you were struggling with this. You were looking for a life raft. All right, that furniture's going to be here any minute, so I'm going to take a break, I believe. I'll be back in a bit. I'm just going to put up a be right back thing. Do I know any mythological creatures associated with wisdom and knowledge? The Sphinx, I believe, is associated with like forbidden knowledge. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Sphinx is like, it's like an alchemical kind of creature. Owls are associated with wisdom and knowledge, going back to like, I believe, Hera or Athena. If I think of any more, I'll let you know. Be right back, folks. Stream's not getting turned off. I'll be right back. What do you know? We did it. Oh. I always leave the music on. That little piece of furniture was a good purchase. I'm happy with that. Chad, I'm not gonna lie. I might go eat something. Oh, I might have to go eat. I just carried that furniture in and set it up, and I'm like, fucking hungry. Well, that's good. I got most of this done. Oh, yes. Okay. So these are like sitting on top of them. These are weird. Alright, these side ones have a joint that's further out. And then a joint here. Hey, Maddie. How's your painting going? Unless you don't want to answer that question, in which case pretend I didn't ask it. Popoli. Popola. As a person who stress procrastinates often, I understand. But the more you do now, the less you have to worry about it later. Hey, thanksy. Thanksy. Hey, thanks, Lexi. Thanksy? Oh my god, I just had a shocking idea. Just had a shocking idea. You just think there's a loop of Dance Dance Revolution stuff going, good job, awesome, keep it up, great. And just play in the background to keep yourself feeling good all day. I'm sorry your day job's stressing you out. That's awful. That's terrible. So I gotta start a stream, Maddie. Let's say I'm gonna stream this time every day. And then at that time every day, you just gotta paint. There's just nothing you can do. We'll all be here to support you. This pleases me. Hey, wherever you stream, we'll watch. Just tell the pig pen. I'm kind of figuring it out as I go. What typically happens is if something is copyright claimed, it tells me after the stream. So I'll upload the video, or it uploads automatically actually, and then like the next day I'll get an email from YouTube that's like, uh-oh, some of your stuff got region blocked, here's what it was, and it'll just give me a list of stuff, and it'll be like this song, this song, this song, and like sometimes they're just songs in a playlist and I don't even know what the actual songs are. And other songs in the playlist will get blocked, but typically what happens is the live never gets blocked. But then if people watch it on demand, if stuff was picked up by the copyright algorithm, that stuff will get blocked. Yeah. I don't know how Twitch works with the copyright shit. It's been a while. When in doubt, an overlay layer with a sharpen tool. If you start a painting stream, Maddie, we're all gonna watch it. Better do it. No problem, Brendan. Glad you're enjoying it. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. I just started Delicious in Dungeon. No one's gonna hate your personality, Maddie. No one's going to. You're okay. I understand being self-conscious. You're gonna be just fine. Yeah, it's really good, man. Being lazy and free transforming stuff is the easiest way to do three-dimensional structures covered in detail in Photoshop. I'm gonna select it, then I'm gonna skew it, then I'm gonna squish it, then I'm gonna flatten it and pretend that I drew the whole thing myself from beginning to end, but that's not true. I free transformed it, even though I painted the thing I free transformed. Does it count? No. Will I do it? Yes. Free transforming, saving me so much time. Free transforming, oh how I love you. Free transforming saves me so much time. I'm gonna squish it, then I'm gonna stick it, and I'm gonna do it again on the other side. Sorry, I blacked out for a minute. Can't remember what I said. Blacked out. Can't believe I painted all these details by hand with no shortcuts. Sounded a little too much like a samurai when I sighed after that drink. Ugh. I did not watch Shogun. I watched X-Men 97 and I watched Delicious in Dungeon, which are two things I've been putting off for a while. But Shogun, I wasn't planning on watching those. They just kind of happened over the weekend while I was cooking food for the party. I just put them on, so I was like, okay, I probably don't have to pay super close attention to these. And yeah, I really enjoyed both. Delicious in Dungeon's like my new favorite thing I've seen in a while. It's phenomenal. X-Men 97 was really good, but it wasn't like as good as Delicious in Dungeon, in my opinion. Delicious in Dungeon is just so weird and awesome. Maddie, you haven't heard of Delicious in Dungeon? Maddie! You're gonna love it. Next Halloween, I'm absolutely going out as the dwarf to the Halloween parties I go to. I'm absolutely going to be the dwarf cook, and I'm going to put a giant walk on my back. It's all good, Maddie. I hadn't watched it till this weekend. I need a beard extension. I've got the wok. I've got a 3-foot long cast iron cooking vessel that I can strap to my back. I just need a helmet. Boo doo 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 boo doo doo. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Trying to figure out if I'm gonna order dinner tonight or if I'm gonna cook dinner tonight. So I haven't eaten any food today, like an idiot. Like a fool. I've eaten nothing today. Alright, so this is interesting. It's designed like a flower almost. So this is here, then it cuts in. Cuts into here, and then it cuts out to here. Cuts down. To here. Okay. Yeah, okay. have to make this part up because I don't have a good reference for it. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna take a guess that it's floral patterns because everything in this area seems to be something like that. These are so far away in the game, I can't get a good view of them. There is something in the center. Yeah, okay. Something like that. Right back, chat. I might need to eat something, chat. I'm losing focus. Losing focus. These cut-ins are so weird on this. They're so strange. I wish there was a better resolution image of these, but I don't think there is. Hi, Lee. I lead the dog. Alright, now there's these weird... I see what they're going for. They're making it like a flower. Like those cut-ins are the petals. And then there's like some... this is interesting. It looks like... I don't know how to describe these. They're circular. Alright, there's two here. And then there's... Yes, Johnny, I'm still here. I'm gonna shoot for at least 7 hours, maybe 8, which is another 1 or 2 hours. Then I might come back later tonight. I gotta go to the gym though. These are weird. They have like... Hell yeah, Maddie. You're in it. You're in it. Proud of you. Start that painting. Dogs are walked. No excuses. Hell yes, Maddie. Do it. Which reminds me, time for the daily question. What's everybody working on? Sound off in chat with whatever you've got going on this lovely Monday. But back to what's really important, chat. Do you think Tara Yummy and Zach Justice are gonna get together? Oh my god, I can tell. They're so in love. More piezo. Nice. Finding those paths, huh? I'm sure that was very loud, I'm sorry. I didn't think that ice cube was gonna jump around that hard. Nope. Haven't been to the dog park recently. No Gentle Giant updates. Get some crazy sunsets on this lake. It always starts with chaos, Maddie. You find the painting in the middle. Just power through. It's never too late to do a quick wash, Maddie. Just thin out your paint and just cover all the white spots. You can do it. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah, that sounds like a Thai dish, Gonda. Sounds great. I like dark soy sauce, peanut butter, garlic, ginger. What else do I put in it? Brown sugar and chili oil. I make a sauce out of that sometimes. Let's see. Sorry, I keep messing with the camera. YouTube keeps telling me that there's a thing slowing down my stream, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm giving too much signal or if the internet's just shitty. I apologize if there's weird interruptions. my phone plan is bundled, so I can't really answer that question. I take advantage of a company plan for my my family's cranberry business. Oh. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna take a dinner break in a minute, guys. I'm at the 7-hour mark. I'll probably come back later tonight and do a little more streaming. But yeah, I gotta eat something. It's about 7:30 here. We're at the 7-hour mark of the stream. I want to get outside and hit the gym before the sun's gone completely. So I'll be back in a bit. I hope. I say I'm gonna be back in a bit, but sometimes I go do my workout and then I feel fucking destroyed after. I plan on coming back in a bit, I'll put it that way. Oh, weird. Why is it doing that? That's bizarre. Well, I guess it's symmetrical, so I don't want to change it. These cut-ins are... Yeah, chat, I'll see what I can do about coming back later tonight, but for now, I gotta work out, and I gotta eat. All right. Let me flatten all the stuff I did today. Oh, whoops. No. Jeez. I have to do this the lazy way. I have to take this whole thing, copy merged, paste, and then delete my overlay layers in the stack. Oh, whoops, not that one. Yeah. Grab this. Yeah. Okay. Grab this whole section. Copy merged. Paste. Okay. Delete that overlay layer from the stack. Okay. All right. There we go. We got that tower pretty much done. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Love y'all. Bye.